They whispered gold digger behind crystal champagne glasses at the family Christmas gathering, not knowing I held the papers that would silence their privileged smirks forever. The revelation would transform not just their holidays, but their entire understanding of success, family, and judgment. The pristine snow fell softly outside the Thompson family's sprawling Victorian mansion in the prestigious Heights neighborhood of Burlington, Massachusetts. Crystal icicles caught the warm glow from imported Italian fixtures, creating a picture-perfect holiday scene that belonged on the cover of Architectural Digest. Inside, the 20-foot Christmas tree dominated the grand foyer, its carefully curated ornaments telling the story of old money and generational wealth. I stood in front of the antique mirror in the guest bathroom, adjusting my simple black sweater from Target, a stark contrast to the designer labels I knew awaited me beyond these doors. At 35, Elena Martinez Thompson didn't look like what most people expected of a corporate titan. My straight dark hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, my makeup minimal, and the only jewelry I wore was my grandmother's silver pendant and a modest wedding band. No flashy diamonds, no obvious signs of wealth. The sounds of the Thompson family's annual Christmas Eve gathering filtered through the thick mahogany door, crystal glasses clinking, practiced laughs, and the subtle undertones of string quartet music. This year was different, though. This year, I wasn't just David's questionable choice of a wife, as his mother Caroline loved to whisper to her country club friends. I was the anonymous buyer who had acquired Thompson Manufacturing 3 months ago, the mysterious CEO who had been running their family company through a series of holding companies and proxies. Not even my husband knew. David worked in the company's legal department, a position he'd earned through merit rather than nepotism, unlike his cousins and siblings. He thought I ran a small but successful consulting firm, a convenient cover that explained my frequent business meetings and comfortable income without raising suspicions about my true role as the owner of a Fortune 500 company. I checked my phone one last time. A message from my CFO confirmed that the final documents had been signed. After tonight, there would be no more hiding, no more pretending. The thought made my hands tremble slightly as I recalled the journey. That led here, starting as a janitor's daughter who cleaned Thompson Manufacturing's offices at night while studying for my MBA, rising through competitors' ranks, and finally acquiring the very company that had once seen me as nothing more than part of the invisible workforce that kept their pristine world running. The bathroom door rattled with a sharp knock. "Elena." "Darling?" Caroline Thompson's voice dripped with artificial sweetness. "We're all waiting, though I understand if you need a moment to prepare yourself for civilized company." I took a deep breath, smoothing invisible wrinkles from my sweater. In her Chanel suit and pearls, Caroline had never approved of her son marrying someone she considered beneath their social station. She'd spent the last 2 years making subtle and not-so-subtle remarks about my background, my clothes, my apparent lack of proper breeding. "Coming, Caroline," I replied, my voice steady despite the anticipation building in my chest. Tonight's gathering included not just the immediate family, but the entire Thompson clan, board members, shareholders, and the entitled descendants of the company's founder. They'd all come to celebrate what they thought was their continued dynasty, unaware that their family's company had been slipping through their fingers due to their own mismanagement and outdated perspectives. Through the bathroom's small window, I could see more luxury cars pulling up to the mansion, Mercedes, Bentleys, and Maseratis carrying the extended Thompson family and their equally wealthy friends. Each arrival represented another witness to what would become a Christmas Eve like no other in the family's carefully curated history. I pulled out a small envelope from my simple clutch purse, the kind Caroline had once called quaint, with that particular tone that made the word sound like an insult. Inside was the document that would change everything: proof of ownership, restructuring plans, and the truth about who really controlled the company that had been the source of the Thompson family's pride for generations. The string quartet began playing Carol of the Bells, its complex harmonies echoing through the mansion's marble halls. It felt like a soundtrack to the evening's coming drama, each note building toward an inevitable crescendo. I tucked the envelope away and opened the bathroom door, stepping out into the warmly lit hallway. It was time to begin a Christmas celebration that would become legendary in the Thompson family history, though not for the reasons any of them expected. The weight of my laptop bag felt reassuring against my shoulder as I moved through the mansion's opulent hallway. Inside, encrypted files detailed every Thompson manufacturing financial decision of the past decade, proof of mismanagement that had allowed me to quietly acquire controlling shares through various holdings. But tonight, the bag served as my armor, a reminder of how far I'd come from the days when I watched my father mop these same floors. David caught my eye from across the grand living room, his warm smile a stark contrast to the cold appraisal of his relatives. My husband stood by the fireplace, his 6-foot frame relaxed in a well-worn blazer that had seen better days. Unlike his family, David had rejected the path of privilege, choosing instead to work his way up through the company's legal department on merit alone. His modest salary often drew disapproving glances from his siblings, but it was one of the many reasons I'd fallen in love with him. "There you are, Elena," Margaret Thompson, David's aunt, called out with practiced sophistication. "We were just discussing the company's recent changes." She paused, swirling her aged scotch. "Such a shame about the mysterious new ownership. I don't suppose your little consulting firm has any insights." I caught the subtle dig in her tone. My little consulting firm was their code for what they considered my quaint attempt at business, a way to patronize my career while dismissing any real success. If they only knew that my small business was actually a complex network of holding companies that now controlled their family legacy. "I try not to mix business with family gatherings," I replied diplomatically, accepting a glass of champagne from a passing server. The same server who, like my father years ago, seemed invisible to the Thompson family, but had helped me understand the true inner workings of their company during my months of research before the acquisition. Richard Thompson Jr., David's older brother and the family's self-appointed financial genius, couldn't resist joining in. "How sensible," he smirked, adjusting his Rolex. "Though some of us can't help but take pride in our family's legacy. 4 generations of success, built on tradition and proper breeding." The words proper breeding hung in the air like frost. I thought of my father, who had immigrated with nothing but hope and determination, working night shifts as a janitor to put me through school. He had taught me more about dignity and work ethic than any of the Thompsons' Ivy League educations ever could. Alexandra, Richard's wife, touched my arm with perfectly manicured fingers. "Elena, darling, I simply must know. Where did you find that? Interesting sweater? It's so unique." Her voice dripped with the same condescension that had fueled my determination to succeed all these years. "Target," I answered honestly, enjoying how the single word made her recoil slightly. "They have surprisingly good quality." The horror on her face was worth every moment of judgment I'd endured since marrying into this family. Across the room, I noticed David's cousin Victoria whispering to a group of shareholders, occasionally glancing in my direction. Victoria had been particularly vocal about her disappointment when David married beneath his station. Now she served as head of public relations for Thompson Manufacturing, or at least she did until tomorrow, when the new ownership structure would be revealed. A staff member appeared at my elbow, Maria, one of the housekeepers who had worked for the Thompsons for decades. Like my father, she had been part of the invisible workforce that kept their world running smoothly. "Mrs. Martinez Thompson," she said quietly, "your package arrived." Her eyes held a knowing look. She was one of the few who knew my true identity, having helped arrange my father's retirement party years ago when he finally left his position as head janitor. "Thank you, Maria." I replied warmly, noting how several family members frowned at my familiar tone with the help. The package contained the final piece of documentation I needed, proof that the Thompson family's recent financial decisions had nearly bankrupted the company before my intervention. I excused myself, moving toward the elaborate Christmas tree where David stood chatting with his father, Richard Sr. The family patriarch's voice carried across the room as he lectured his youngest son about ambition. "Really, David, it's time you thought about your position in the company. Your cousin James is being promoted to vice president, and here you are, still pushing papers in legal. What would your grandfather say?" My husband's patient smile didn't waver. "I'm happy where I am, Dad. Not everyone measures success by their title or salary." His eyes met mine, filled with the quiet confidence that had first drawn me to him. He had no idea that tomorrow he would be offered the position of chief legal officer, not because of his name, but because he was genuinely the most qualified person for the job. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on me. While the Thompson family looked down on their son's underachieving wife, I had been orchestrating the largest corporate restructuring in their company's history. Every disapproving glance, every backhanded compliment had only strengthened my resolve to prove that success wasn't about breeding or background. It was about vision, determination, and integrity. The annual Thompson family Christmas gathering had always been more of a shareholders' meeting disguised as a holiday celebration. In the mansion's grand dining room, where a table stretched long enough to seat 30 people, the true hierarchy of the family was on full display. Crystal glasses caught the light from the antique chandelier, creating prisms that danced across the hand-painted silk wallpaper imported from Paris. "I heard the new ownership is making radical changes," Benjamin Thompson, David's second cousin and head of sales, announced to the assembled group. "My sources say they're planning to modernize everything. Can you imagine? 4 generations of tradition, and some outsider thinks they know better." He cast a suspicious glance in my direction, as if somehow connecting my presence to the company's recent upheaval. The conversation around the table shifted like a well-choreographed dance, each family member eager to share their opinions on the company's future. I noticed how the seating arrangement itself told a story. The most influential family members clustered near Richard Sr. at the head of the table, while those who had married in or held lesser positions were relegated to the far ends. "I heard they're planning to implement new diversity initiatives," Victoria said with obvious distaste, adjusting her pearl necklace. "As if we need to change our hiring practices. The Thompson name has always stood for excellence, not social experiments." She paused, looking pointedly at me. "Though I suppose some of us have different standards." Catherine, David's younger sister and the only family member who had ever shown me genuine kindness, spoke up from her place halfway down the table. "Perhaps change isn't such a bad thing," she suggested, earning several sharp looks. "The world is different now than it was in grandfather's time." "That's exactly the kind of thinking that threatens old money," Alexandra interjected, her voice carrying that peculiar mix of authority and disdain that seemed to be taught at expensive finishing schools. "Next, you'll suggest we start hiring people without the right background." The way her eyes flickered to me made it clear what kind of background she meant. The server appeared at my elbow, refilling water glasses. I recognized him as Carlos, Maria's son, who was working his way through college just as I had done years ago. The Thompson family barely acknowledged his presence, but I noticed how carefully he attended to each guest, his dignity intact despite their dismissive attitudes. "Speaking of background," Margaret Thompson said, lifting her wine glass. "Elena, darling, you never did tell us much about your family's business interests. What did you say your father did before he retired?" The question was posed with fake sweetness, but the trap was clear. She knew exactly what my father had done for a living. The table grew quiet, anticipating my response. David tensed beside me, but I placed a gentle hand on his arm. My father was part of the facilities management team at Thompson Manufacturing, I replied clearly, my voice carrying across the silence. He cleaned the executive offices for 25 years. The reaction around the table was immediate, but carefully controlled. Raised eyebrows, exchanged glances, and the slight pursing of expertly lipsticked mouths. Richard Jr. actually choked slightly on his wine. How interesting, Caroline Thompson said, her voice pitched to Carrie. And now here you are, joining us for Christmas dinner. Isn't America wonderful? Anyone can rise above their station, though of course, breeding does tend to show eventually. Mother, David started, but I squeezed his hand under the table. This wasn't the moment, not yet. James Thompson, recently promoted to vice president despite his notorious incompetence, couldn't resist adding his thoughts. I suppose that explains your unique perspective on business, he said with a smirk. Your little consulting company must seem quite impressive compared to cleaning offices. I took a slow sip of water, thinking of the folder in my laptop, bag that detailed James's recent decision to invest millions in a failed project, against all advice from the actual experts. That decision alone had cost the company nearly 15% of its quarterly profits. Tell me, James, I said carefully, how is the Singapore expansion project progressing? I watched his face pale slightly. The project's failure wasn't public knowledge yet, but as the owner of the company, I had seen all the reports. That's confidential company business, he stammered, shooting a nervous glance at his uncle Richard Sr. Of course, I smiled. Just taking an interest in the family business. The conversation shifted again, but I noticed how James kept glancing in my direction, uncertainty creeping into his previously confident demeanor. Around the table, other family members continued their subtle display of social hierarchy. The way they spoke over certain relatives, the dismissive gestures toward those they considered beneath them, the careful alliance building disguised as dinner conversation. Carlos returned with the main course, and I watched as the family's mask of superiority briefly slipped to reveal their eagerness for the expensive meal. In that moment, they seemed less like the intimidating dynasty they pretended to be and more like what they really were. People desperately clinging to an image of themselves that was rapidly becoming obsolete. The elaborate dessert course arrived as the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9. While Caroline Thompson directed the staff with imperious waves of her hand, I discreetly checked my phone under the table. A message from my executive assistant confirmed that everything was prepared for tomorrow morning's board meeting, the meeting that would shake the very foundation of the Thompson family's carefully constructed world. I do hope you're not conducting your little business during family time, Caroline remarked, her eyes sharp despite her pleasant tone. Though I suppose some people never learn proper dinner etiquette. The comment drew quiet snickers from several family members, particularly Victoria and Alexandra. I slipped my phone back into my pocket, thinking of the real reason for my message check. Across the city, teams of auditors were preparing to enter every Thompson manufacturing facility at dawn. The evidence of financial mismanagement, nepotistic, hiring practices, and questionable business decisions would all be documented, leaving no room for the family to maintain their illusion of superior business acumen. Elena was probably just checking on her father, Richard Jr. suggested with mock concern. I hear the retirement home where he lives is quite adequate, for that tax bracket, of course. He shared a knowing look with James, both men chuckling into their cognac glasses. What they didn't know was that my father now lived in a beautiful villa in Spain, his retirement fully funded by his daughter's success. The same success that would soon reshape their understanding of what true business acumen looked like. Actually, I said, maintaining my composure, I was confirming some details about tomorrow's company announcement. I hear it's quite significant. The subtle emphasis on significant caused James to shift uncomfortably in his chair, no doubt thinking about his failed Singapore project. David's cousin Peter, who headed the company's technology division, despite his notorious resistance to innovation, leaned forward with sudden interest. "What do you know about tomorrow's announcement?" His tone carried an edge of worry, as well it should, given that his department's outdated practices had cost the company millions in potential contracts. "Oh, just rumors," I replied lightly, watching as uncertainty rippled through the gathered family members. Something about new management structures, modernization initiatives, performance reviews. I let the words hang in the air, noting how several people around the table suddenly seemed very interested in their dessert plates. Catherine, ever observant, caught my eye with a questioning look. Of all the Thompsons, she alone had demonstrated genuine business insight, yet her suggestions had been consistently dismissed because of her gender. She would be surprised to find herself appointed as Chief Innovation Officer tomorrow, a position based entirely on merit rather than family connections. "I'm sure Elena's sources are as reliable as her fashion choices," Alexandra interjected, attempting to steer the conversation back to safer ground. "Though speaking of changes, has anyone heard about the Morton family? Apparently they lost control of their company to some mysterious investor. How absolutely dreadful." The Morton situation had been my first major acquisition, a practice run of sorts for the Thompson takeover. I had modernized their operations, implemented fair labor practices, and turned their failing business into a model of corporate efficiency, all while maintaining my anonymity. "The Mortons were weak," Richard Sr. pronounced from the head of the table. "They lost their company because they lacked the strength of proper family leadership. That could never happen to Thompson Manufacturing. We have 4 generations of superior business intelligence in our blood." I took a slow sip of wine, savoring both its flavor and the irony of his statement. In my laptop bag, just a few feet away, sat documents proving that the Thompson family's superior business intelligence had nearly driven their company into bankruptcy. Only my careful, anonymous intervention over the past year had prevented a complete collapse. "Blood isn't always the best indicator of business acumen," I suggested mildly. "Sometimes an outside perspective can be valuable." "My dear," Caroline said with exaggerated patience, as if speaking to a child, "you can hardly expect to understand the complexities of running a family dynasty when your own background is so limited. Some things simply can't be learned without proper breeding." The room grew quiet as Carlos returned to clear the dessert plates. I noticed how the family barely acknowledged him, their eyes sliding past him as if he were invisible. Just as they had done with my father for all those years. Just as they had done with me until I married David. Little did they know that tomorrow, Carlos would be announced as the head of our new employee education initiative, a program designed to help staff advance their careers through education and training. The very program that the Thompson family had repeatedly voted down as unnecessary expenditure. The hidden weight of tomorrow's revelations sat like a comfortable secret in my chest. Each dismissive comment, each condescending glance only served to reinforce the rightness of what was to come. As I watched the family continue their subtle power plays and social maneuvering, I thought about how this would likely be the last Christmas celebration of its kind at the Thompson mansion. As the evening progressed into the traditional gift exchange, the Thompson family moved to the grand living room where the massive Christmas tree towered over carefully arranged piles of expensive presents. The ritual had always been more about display than genuine giving, each gift a calculated statement about status and financial superiority. "Elena," Caroline called out with theatrical enthusiasm, "do come here, dear. We have something special for you this year." The way she emphasized special made several family members exchange knowing looks. I rose from my seat beside David, already anticipating what was to come. Victoria handed me an elaborately wrapped package, her smile sharp as cut glass. "We all contributed to this," she announced to the room. "We thought it was appropriate." The box was heavy, wrapped in designer paper that probably cost more than what they thought I made in a week. As I carefully unwrapped the gift, maintaining my composure despite the anticipatory silence, I revealed a leather-bound book. Its gold-embossed title read, "From Rags to Riches, a Guide to Social Advancement and Proper Etiquette for the Aspiring Classes." "We thought you could use some guidance," Alexandra explained with fake sweetness, "especially given your humble origins. The chapter on dinner party conversation is particularly illuminating." She glanced meaningfully at Richard Sr. "There's even a section on appropriate clothing choices for different social occasions." David started to rise from his chair, his face flushed with anger, but I caught his eye and shook my head slightly. This moment needed to play out exactly as they had planned it. Besides, the leather briefcase in my study contained documents showing how Alexandra had been embezzling company funds to support her shopping addiction, a fact that would come to light very soon. "There's also a lovely chapter about knowing one's place in society," Margaret added, her voice dripping with false concern. "So important for those trying to adapt to a different social sphere." She gestured to my simple black sweater as if it were evidence of some sort of moral failing. I turned the book over in my hands, noting its expensive binding and custom printing. "How thoughtful," I replied, my voice steady. "You must have put a lot of effort into this." "Well," Caroline interjected, "we all agreed it was necessary, especially after that embarrassing incident at the country club last month." She referred to the time I had called out one of their board members for making racist comments about the staff, an incident that had apparently scandalized their social circle. James couldn't resist adding his own barb. "There's an excellent section on appropriate career aspirations. Perhaps it will help you understand why certain positions in the company require a more distinguished background." He smoothed his custom-made suit, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his department had lost millions under his leadership. "I particularly enjoyed the chapter on financial prudence," Richard Jr. chimed in. "It explains why some people are simply better suited to managing significant wealth. Blood will tell, after all." The irony of his statement nearly made me smile, considering the reports in my laptop detailing his numerous failed investment strategies that had cost the company dearly. Catherine watched the scene unfold with growing discomfort, her hands twisting in her lap. She alone seemed to recognize the cruelty masked as generosity. "Perhaps we should move on to the other gifts," she suggested, but her voice was drowned out by the continuing commentary. "Of course, we don't expect miracles," Victoria added, sharing a laugh with Alexandra. "Some people simply aren't meant for certain social circles, no matter how hard they try to elevate themselves." She cast a meaningful glance at my simple gold wedding band, a stark contrast to her own ostentatious diamond ring. I placed the book carefully on the side table, noting how its presence seemed to dominate the room like a physical manifestation of their prejudice. The moment felt surreal. These people, so confident in their superiority, had no idea that I could buy and sell their personal fortunes several times over. "Thank you for this enlightening gift," I said finally, my voice carrying just enough edge to make several family members shift uncomfortably. "I'm sure tomorrow will bring many interesting revelations about social position and proper place in society." The subtle emphasis on tomorrow made James and Peter exchange nervous glances. They had probably started hearing rumors about the upcoming changes at the company, though they couldn't possibly imagine the full scope of what was coming. The gift exchange tension was interrupted by the arrival of Henry Blackwood III, chairman of the Thompson Manufacturing Board of Directors, and his wife Evelyn. Their unexpected appearance sent a ripple of excitement through the room. Henry rarely attended family functions, preferring to maintain a professional distance despite his long-standing friendship with Richard Sr. "Henry, what a delightful surprise!" Caroline exclaimed, quickly moving to greet them. The room's dynamic shifted instantly. with family members jockeying for position to catch the chairman's attention. It was like watching a perfectly choreographed dance of power and privilege. "I hope you don't mind us dropping by," Henry announced, his commanding presence drawing all eyes. Given tomorrow's board meeting, I thought it prudent to discuss certain matters informally first. His gaze swept the room, lingering momentarily on me before moving on, a dismissal I had grown accustomed to over the years. Richard Sr. immediately took charge, gesturing toward his private study. "Of course, Henry. Shall we step into my office? Elena, dear, why don't you help the staff clear away the gift wrapping?" The dismissal was clear, accompanied by knowing smirks from Victoria and Alexandra. "Actually," Henry interjected, "I'd like Mrs. Martinez Thompson to join us." The room fell silent, shock evident on every face. Given her connection to certain aspects of tomorrow's meeting, my heart raced, but I maintained my composure. Had Henry somehow discovered my identity? A quick glance at his inscrutable expression revealed nothing. David squeezed my hand supportively, though he too looked confused by this unexpected turn of events. "Surely you can't be serious, Henry," Richard Jr. protested. "This is a matter for actual board members and executives." He straightened his Italian silk tie, a nervous habit I'd noticed during particularly tense board meetings he didn't know I had observed via secure video feed. Henry's response was diplomatic but firm. "I believe Mrs. Martinez Thompson's perspective could be valuable." He turned to me, his expression unreadable. "Shall we?" As I followed Henry and Richard Sr. toward the study, I could hear the whispered conversations erupting behind us. Alexandra's voice carried clearly. "What could she possibly contribute? She probably doesn't even understand basic corporate structure." The study was exactly what you'd expect from a man who prided himself on old money, dark wood paneling, leather-bound books, and the overwhelming scent of expensive cigars. Family photos lined the walls, generations of Thompsons staring down with identical expressions of entitled superiority. "Now then," Henry began once the door closed, "I understand there have been some interesting developments regarding company ownership." His eyes fixed on me with newfound intensity. Developments that might make tonight's gift-giving seem rather ironic in retrospect. Richard Sr. waved dismissively. "Henry, if this is about those rumors of a takeover, I assure you the Thompson family maintains controlling interest. Our position is completely secure." I watched as Henry removed a folder from his briefcase, a folder I recognized as containing the very documents I had planned to reveal tomorrow. "Are you quite sure about that, Richard?" He placed the folder on the mahogany desk. "Because these ownership records tell a rather different story." "What are you talking about?" Richard Sr. demanded, reaching for the folder. As he scanned the documents, his face paled visibly. This can't be right. These shell companies, these holding corporations." His head snapped up, eyes narrowing at me. "You." The moment of realization was everything I had anticipated and more. Henry's subtle nod confirmed my suspicion. He had figured it out days ago and had chosen this moment to reveal his knowledge. "Impossible," Richard Sr. spluttered, his carefully maintained composure cracking. "You're nothing but a janitor's daughter. You couldn't possibly—" "She's been quite brilliant, actually," Henry interrupted. "Building a corporate empire right under everyone's noses while they were too busy judging her background to notice. Her capabilities. Rather fitting, don't you think?" The study door burst open as Richard Jr. strode in, followed by James and Victoria, all drawn by the raised voices from within. The folder of ownership documents lay open on Richard Sr.'s desk, its contents transforming the room's atmosphere into something electric with tension and disbelief. "What's going on here?" Richard Jr. demanded, his usual smooth confidence wavering at the sight of his father's ashen face. "Dad, what are these papers?" He reached for the documents, but Henry smoothly intercepted them. "Perhaps," Henry suggested, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "We should move this discussion back to the main room. It seems the Thompson family Christmas celebration is about to take an unexpected turn." His slight smile in my direction confirmed that he was enjoying this moment almost as much as I was. Victoria's perfectly manicured hand flew to her throat, her social instincts sensing the shift in power dynamics. "Surely we don't need to involve everyone in what must be a simple misunderstanding." Her eyes darted between me and the documents, a hint of fear creeping into her expression. "On the contrary," I spoke for the first time since entering the study, my voice steady and clear. "I think it's time we involved everyone." The authority in my tone made Richard Jr. step back involuntarily. It was the voice of a CEO, not the submissive in-law they had dismissed for so long. As we moved back into the grand living room, the other family members looked up from their post-gift exchange conversations. David rose from his seat, concern evident on his face. He started to move toward me, but something in my expression made him pause. "If I could have everyone's attention," Henry announced, his voice cutting through the murmured conversations. "It seems we have an important announcement that simply can't wait until tomorrow's board meeting." Caroline attempted to take control of the situation, her society manners kicking in. "Surely this can wait until after the holidays. We wouldn't want to spoil the festive atmosphere with business talk." She shot me a warning look, clearly trying to put me in my perceived place. "I'm afraid this can't wait, Caroline," I replied, stepping forward. The room fell silent at my tone. It was the first time I had ever directly challenged her authority, in her own home. "Especially given the generous gift you all gave me earlier." I picked up the etiquette book from the side table, its gold-embossed title catching the light. "Elena," Alexandra began, her voice sickly sweet. "Perhaps you should let the men handle these business matters. After all what?" I interrupted, enjoying how her eyes widened at my boldness. "After all, I'm just a janitor's daughter? Or perhaps, after all, I couldn't possibly understand the complexities of running a major corporation." James shifted uncomfortably, no doubt remembering his earlier comments about distinguished backgrounds. Peter tugged at his collar, while Victoria's face had taken on an interesting shade of pale. "What my daughter-in-law is trying to say," Richard Sr. attempted to regain control, though his voice lacked its usual authority, "is that there appear to be some questions about company ownership that need to be addressed in a proper business setting." "Oh, there are no questions," Henry interjected, holding up the folder. "The documentation is quite clear. The majority ownership of Thompson Manufacturing has changed hands. Through a series of brilliant and entirely legal maneuvers, Mrs. Martinez Thompson has acquired controlling interest in the company." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the crackling of the fireplace seemed muted, as if the room itself was holding its breath. Catherine was the first to break into a smile, realization dawning on her face as pieces of the puzzle fell into place. David looked at me with a mixture of shock and pride, finally understanding why I had maintained my calm through years of subtle insults and condescension. His hand found mine, squeezing it supportively as we faced his family together. "This is absurd!" Richard Jr. was the first to explode, his face flushing red with anger. "She's lying. This is some sort of cheap manipulation." He stormed toward me, jabbing his finger in my direction. "You really expect us to believe that a woman who shops at Target owns our company?" David stepped forward protectively, but I placed a gentle hand on his arm. This was my moment to handle. The room crackled with tension as other family members began finding their voices, their perfectly cultivated Christmas celebration dissolving into chaos. "I demand to see those documents," Victoria shrieked, making a grab for the folder in Henry's hands. "This is obviously some sort of fraud. She probably forged them. That's what these people do, isn't it?" Her designer dress rustled as she moved, its cost equivalent to what she thought was my monthly salary. Caroline Thompson rose from her chair with regal indignation. I will not stand for this kind of disruption in my home. Elena, if this is some misguided attempt to elevate your status in this family— Status? I interrupted, my voice cutting through the chaos like a steel blade. Let's talk about status, Caroline. I opened my laptop bag, removing a series of reports. Shall we discuss the status of the Singapore project that James bankrupted? Or perhaps Peter's systematic rejection of technological advances that cost the company millions? Or maybe, I paused, looking directly at Alexandra, we should examine the creative accounting that's been hiding personal shopping sprees as business expenses? The room fell silent again, but this time it was the silence of guilty recognition. James had gone pale, while Alexandra's hands began to tremble around her champagne glass. You've been spying on us? Richard Sr.'s voice shook with rage. How dare you? How dare I? I stepped forward, power radiating from every move. How dare I protect my investment? How dare I expect competence and integrity from my executives? Or perhaps you're asking, how dare I, a janitor's daughter, rise above the station you tried so hard to keep me in? Henry cleared his throat. The acquisition was completely legal. Mrs. Martinez Thompson utilized a brilliant strategy of shell companies and holding corporations to gradually acquire controlling interest, while the family was too busy maintaining appearances to notice their company slipping away. But the board— Peter started weakly. The board has already been briefed, Henry confirmed. Tomorrow's meeting was merely a formality to announce the changes publicly. Though I must say, this Christmas revelation has a certain poetic justice to it. Victoria collapsed onto a nearby sofa, her perfectly composed facade cracking. This can't be happening. Do you have any idea who we are? I know exactly who you are, I replied calmly. You're the people who gave me an etiquette book as a Christmas gift, thinking it would humiliate me. You're the people who looked down on my father for cleaning your offices, never noticing that he was teaching me the most valuable lessons about dignity and hard work. You're the people who were so convinced of your own superiority that you never saw me coming. David stepped forward again, this time addressing his family. All these years, you treated Elena like she was beneath you. Did it ever occur to any of you that she graduated top of her class from business school? That her little consulting firm was actually a cover for one of the most successful investment strategies in corporate history? Oh God, James muttered, realization dawning. The Morton takeover last year. That was you too, wasn't it? I nodded, allowing myself a small smile. Consider it a practice run. They were just as arrogant, just as convinced of their inherent superiority. They never saw their downfall coming either. Caroline made one last attempt to regain control. This is our family company. You can't just— Actually, I can, I cut her off. And I have. But unlike you, I don't believe in nepotism or social status. Starting tomorrow, every position in this company will be earned on merit alone. I turned to Catherine, whose eyes were shining with unexpected hope. Which is why I'm appointing Catherine as Chief Innovation Officer. Her ideas about modernization were always brilliant, even if you refused to listen to them. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck 10, its deep chimes echoing through the tension-filled room. The elaborate Christmas decorations that had seemed so impressive earlier now felt like props in a theater production that had gone desperately off script. I moved to stand by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching snowflakes dance in the external lighting that illuminated the mansion's grounds. I believe, Henry said, breaking the heavy silence, we should all take a moment to process this information. He placed the folder of documents on the coffee table, where it commanded attention like a bomb waiting to detonate. The Thompson family members stared at it as if it might bite. Richard Sr. had sunk into his leather armchair, his usual commanding presence deflated. For the first time, he looked his age, the carefully maintained facade of power crumbling, before everyone's eyes. Caroline stood beside him, her hand on his shoulder, but her perfectly manicured fingers trembled slightly. 25 years, I said softly, still gazing out at the snow. That's how long my father cleaned these offices. Every night he would tell me stories about the importance of education, of working smart, of understanding how power really works. I turned to face the family. While you were teaching your children about inheritance and social status, he was teaching me about observation and opportunity. David moved to stand beside me, his presence supportive but not protective. He understood that I didn't need protection anymore. All these years, he said, wonder in his voice, you were building this. Why didn't you tell me? Because you loved me for who I am, not what I owned, I replied, touching his hand gently. You were the only one in this family who saw me as a person, not a social climber or a gold digger. The words gold digger made Alexandra flinch, visibly. Victoria, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly stood up. The charity gala, she said, realization dawning on her face. Last spring, when you suggested changes to the corporate giving program, you were already in control then, weren't you? I nodded. Your suggestion to cut the employee education fund to increase the budget for the debutante ball was particularly illuminating. It showed me exactly how out of touch this family had become with modern business practices. James paced the room, his expensive shoes clicking against the hardwood floors. But the Singapore project? If you knew it was failing, why didn't you stop it? Sometimes, I replied, the best lesson is allowing people to face the consequences of their own arrogance. Your refusal to listen to the market analysts, your insistence that the Thompson name alone would guarantee success, those decisions needed to play out. Peter, who had been examining the documents with increasing despair, looked up. The technology upgrades I blocked, the ones Catherine proposed, will be implemented immediately, I confirmed, along with several other modernization initiatives that this family has resisted out of nothing more than stubborn pride and fear of change. Richard Jr. had been remarkably quiet, his usual arrogance replaced by a calculating look. There must be some way to challenge this legally. The family trust is ironclad, Henry interrupted. My law firm has reviewed every detail. Mrs. Martinez Thompson's acquisition strategy was perfectly legal, if brilliantly conceived. She simply understood something that none of you did. In the modern business world, actual competence matters, more than family names. Carlos appeared silently at the door with fresh coffee, and I watched as the family automatically ignored his presence, all except Catherine, who smiled and thanked him. You see, I said, gesturing to the moment, that right there is why this company needed new leadership. You've forgotten that every person has value, that success isn't inherited, it's earned. The room fell into contemplative silence, broken only by the occasional clink of coffee cups and the distant sound of carolers somewhere in the neighborhood. The magnificent Christmas tree, with its perfectly coordinated ornaments and precisely placed lights, seemed to loom over the scene like a glittering witness to the family's humbling. I'd like to introduce someone, I announced, pulling out my phone and dialing a number. Someone who helped make all of this possible. The family watched in confused silence as I put the call on speaker. Dad, are you there? Right here, mija. My father's warm voice filled the room. The sound made several Thompson family members shift uncomfortably in their seats, particularly those who had openly mocked his former occupation. How's the Christmas revelation going? Richard Sr.'s head snapped up at the familiar voice. Robert Martinez? Our former janitor? The very same, my father replied, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Though these days I prefer strategic facilities management consultant. That's what the company letterhead says anyway. Victoria's perfectly plucked eyebrows drew together in confusion. You've been consulting for the company? Since when? Since your cousin James started the Singapore project, my father answered. Elena needed someone who knew every inch of the company's operations, someone who had spent decades observing how things really worked. not just how they looked on paper. I watched understanding dawn on their faces as my father continued. You see, when you clean the offices of powerful people, you become invisible to them. They talk freely, leave documents out, never thinking about the man with the mop. 25 years of that, and you learn things, important things. Is that how you did it? Richard Jr. demanded, turning to me. Industrial espionage through the cleaning staff? Nothing so dramatic, I replied calmly. Everything was done legally, through public records and official channels. Dad simply helped me understand where to look, what questions to ask, which patterns to observe. The same patterns you would have seen if you hadn't been so busy maintaining your social calendar. Robert, Caroline began, her voice strained with forced politeness. Surely you understand that business is about more than just observation. There's a certain breeding, a certain background required. My father's laugh cut her off. Mrs. Thompson, with all due respect, that kind of thinking is exactly why your family lost control of the company. While you were teaching your children about social status, I was teaching Elena about hard work and strategic thinking. David, who had been quiet for some time, suddenly spoke up. I remember you, Mr. Martinez. You used to leave candy on my desk when I was working late in the legal department. You always knew when someone needed a kind word or a moment of encouragement. And you were the only one who ever said thank you, young man, my father replied warmly. That's why I told Elena she had chosen well when she married you. You saw? People as people, not as their job titles. Alexandra, still struggling to process everything, interjected. But the wealth required to purchase controlling interest. How could a janitor's daughter possibly? Investment returns compound, I cut in. Every penny I earned went into strategic investments. While you were spending fortunes on designer clothes and country club memberships, I was building a portfolio. The first small company I acquired led to a larger one, then another, and another. The Morton takeover provided the final resources needed for Thompson Manufacturing. You know what the real irony is? My father added. If any of you had bothered to really look into Elena's background instead of just dismissing her, you would have discovered her success. But you were so convinced of your own superiority that you never even Googled her name. Henry, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. Robert, I owe you an apology. I was on the board when you requested funding for the employee education program 15 years ago. We dismissed it without proper consideration. Water under the bridge, Mr. Blackwood, my father replied graciously. Besides, Elena has already reinstated that program, with significant improvements. The room fell silent as the full weight of the situation settled over the family. Their carefully constructed world of privilege and presumed superiority had been completely upended, and by the very people they had looked down upon for so long. The silence in the room was broken by the sound of high heels on hardwood as Margaret Thompson strode purposefully toward me, her face a mask of desperate calculation. Surely we can come to some arrangement, she began, her voice honey-sweet. After all, your family now. Perhaps a seat on the board, a significant position in the company. I already have those things, I interrupted gently. I own the company, remember? The statement hung in the air, its implications still sending aftershocks through the room. Dad, I spoke into the phone still on speaker. Would you like to tell them about the new employee support initiatives we're implementing? Ah, yes. My father's voice carried a note of pride. Full college tuition reimbursement for all employees and their children. Healthcare benefits that actually provide real coverage. A living wage program that will bankrupt us, Richard Jr. exploded. You can't just throw away profits on the working class. I pulled out another folder from my laptop bag. Actually, according to these projections, investing in our employees will increase productivity by approximately 40% in the first year alone. Happy, well-supported workers tend to be more productive. Isn't that right, Catherine? Catherine straightened in her chair. I've been saying that for years. The data from other companies clearly shows. Data? Alexandra scoffed. What about tradition? What about the Thompson family legacy? The legacy, I said firmly, of running this company into the ground. Through mismanagement and nepotism, that legacy ends today. Starting tomorrow, every position will be earned on merit alone. James, who had been examining the financial documents with growing horror, looked up. These numbers, they can't be right. The losses from my Singapore project were significantly worse than you reported to the board, I confirmed. You hid the true extent of the failure to protect your position. Just like Peter buried reports about our outdated technology causing us to lose contracts. Just like Alexandra's creative accounting to hide personal expenses. Victoria surged to her feet. You've been spying on us all this time, gathering information, plotting behind our backs. I've been doing my due diligence as the majority shareholder, I corrected. Everything I learned came from official company records and legal channels. The fact that none of you bothered to notice the changing ownership structure speaks volumes about your attention to actual business matters. Henry, Richard Sr. appealed to his old friend. Surely you're not supporting this. This coup? Henry shook his head slowly. Richard, she saved the company. While your family was busy maintaining appearances at charity galas and country clubs, Mrs. Martinez-Thompson was implementing the changes needed to prevent complete collapse. The board has reviewed everything. She didn't just buy the company. She rescued it. But what about us? Caroline's voice held a note of genuine fear. This company has supported our family for generations, our lifestyle, our positions in society. We're maintained at the expense of the company's health and its workers' well-being, I finished. But don't worry, Caroline. Unlike you, I don't believe in punishing people for their background. Everyone will have the opportunity to earn their position, including family members. You'll just have to prove your worth through actual work rather than birthright. Mija, my father's voice came through the speaker. Tell them about Carlos. I smiled, thinking of the young server who had been so invisible to the family all evening. Carlos, Maria's son, will be heading our new employee education initiative. He has a master's degree in organizational development that he earned while working full-time. Exactly the kind of determination and talent we need. The mention of a server being promoted to management caused several family members to blanch. Their world was being turned upside down in ways they had never imagined. Possible. The elaborate grandfather clock struck 11, its chimes echoing through the mansion like a countdown to the end of an era. Snow continued to fall outside, adding another layer of hushed solemnity to the already charged atmosphere. I think, I said, rising from my seat, it's time to be completely transparent about tomorrow's changes. I removed a final set of documents from my laptop bag. These are the new organizational charts and position appointments, effective immediately. Henry distributed the papers with practiced efficiency. The rustle of pages turning filled the room, followed by sharp intakes of breath and muffled exclamations as family members found their names, or in some cases didn't. This is outrageous, Richard Jr. exploded, throwing his papers down. You've demoted me to junior analyst? I've been CFO for 15 years. And in that time, I replied calmly, you've made a series of catastrophic financial decisions that would have resulted in immediate termination in any other company. The junior analyst position is a chance to learn proper financial management from the ground up, if you choose to accept it. Victoria scanned her document frantically. My name isn't even on here. What about my position as head of publics relations? That role will be filled by someone with actual public relations experience and a track record of successful crisis management, I explained. Though we are offering you a position in community outreach, where your social connections might be put to constructive use. Dad, David spoke up, his voice carrying across the tension-filled room. I see I'm listed as Chief Legal Officer. Because you earned it, I confirmed. Your legal work has been exemplary, and you've consistently demonstrated ethical leadership. The fact that you're a Thompson is irrelevant to the appointment. Catherine was staring at her paper in disbelief. Chief Innovation Officer? Really? Her voice trembled with a mixture of surprise and vindication. Your proposals for modernization have been consistently brilliant. I nodded. It's time someone finally listened to them. Alexandra, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly burst into tears. But what about our status? Our social position? How will we maintain our lifestyle? Perhaps, my father's voice came through, the speaker. It's time to learn the value of earning your position rather than inheriting it. James stood up, his face flushed. I won't accept this. I'll fight it in court. The Thompson name still means something in this city. By all means, Henry interjected smoothly. We can take this to court, where the evidence of your mismanagement, financial irregularities, and ethical violations will become public record. I'm sure the business press would be fascinated. The threat of public exposure hung heavy in the air. The Thompson family had always valued appearance above all else. The prospect of their failures being exposed in the media was perhaps the one thing they feared more than losing their positions. Now, I continued, my voice firm but not unkind, everyone here has a choice to make. You can accept these changes, learn to earn your positions based on merit, and be part of building a stronger, more ethical company. Or you can leave with your severance packages and try to maintain your lifestyle on what's left of your personal fortunes. Caroline, who had been silently watching her family's world crumble, finally found her voice. And what about the family traditions? The Christmas parties, the charity galas, all the social events that define our position in society? Those can continue, I assured her, but with a different purpose. Instead of showcasing wealth and status, they'll celebrate achievement and community contribution. The Spring Gala, for instance, will now focus on raising funds for employee education, programs rather than debutante balls. This isn't just about business, my father added through the speaker. It's about creating a company that values every person's contribution, from the CEO to the newest janitor. Something this family forgot long ago. Richard Sr. rose from his chair with the deliberate motion of a man carrying the weight of generations, his eyes fixed on the etiquette book still lying on the side table, the gift that now seemed like a prophecy of their own downfall. All these years, he began, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. We thought we were preserving a legacy. Instead, we were destroying it through our own arrogance. He turned to face me, decades of privilege warring with newfound humility in his expression. When David first brought you home, I saw only what I wanted to see. Someone beneath our station. I never bothered to look deeper. The true irony, I responded, moving to stand by the Christmas tree, is that everything I learned about business came from watching your family's mistakes. Every time you dismissed an employee's suggestion because of their background, every time you chose status over substance, you taught me exactly what not to do. Victoria, still clutching her organizational chart, stepped forward. But what about our shareholders, our business partners? Once they learn that Thompson Manufacturing is being run by a janitor's daughter? I finished for her. They already know. The major shareholders were briefed last week. Surprisingly, they seemed more concerned with the company's 40% increase in productivity under my leadership than with my father's former occupation. Alexandra dabbed at her tears with an embroidered handkerchief. The country club committee will never understand. Our social position will be ruined. Perhaps, Catherine interjected, finding her courage. It's time we earned respect through actions rather than inheritance. Elena has shown us that true success comes from merit, not breeding. James paced the room, his expensive shoes marking each step with desperate emphasis. There must be something we can offer you. Some way to maintain our positions. Money, connections, anything. You still don't understand, I said quietly. This isn't about revenge or power. It's about building a company that values every person's contribution. A place where someone like Carlos can rise to management based on his abilities, not his background. Richard Jr. slumped into a chair, his usual arrogance deflated. All those board meetings where you attended via video conference. You were watching us, weren't you? Evaluating our performance. I was giving you chances to prove yourselves, I corrected. Every decision you made, every opportunity you had to choose competence over connection, merit over status, you consistently made the wrong choices. Henry cleared his throat. The quarterly reports speak for themselves. Under Mrs. Martinez-Thompson's quiet leadership, the company has already shown remarkable improvement. The board is fully confident in her vision for the future. Caroline stood by the fireplace, her perfectly manicured hand gripping the mantel. And what about family loyalty? Does that mean nothing to you? Loyalty works both ways, my father's voice came through the speaker. Where was your loyalty to the employees who gave their lives to this company? To the people who cleaned your offices, served your meals, kept your world running smoothly? David moved to stand beside me, his presence a bridge between the old world and the new. Mother, father, all of you. Elena isn't destroying our family legacy. She's saving it by transforming it into something worthy of preservation. The weight of personal consequences settled over the room like a heavy snow, muffling the last protests of privilege and entitlement. Each family member faced their own moment of reckoning, their carefully constructed world of social superiority, crumbling beneath the weight of merit and accountability. The elaborate grandfather clock showed nearly midnight, marking the temporal boundary between the old Thompson manufacturing and its new future. I retrieved my laptop and pulled up a presentation that had been prepared for tomorrow's board meeting. Since we're all here, I began, connecting the laptop to the large television mounted above the fireplace. Let me show you exactly what changes are coming. The screen flickered to life, displaying the company's new organizational structure. First, I explained, as charts and graphs appeared on screen, we're implementing a complete restructuring of our corporate hierarchy. No more positions held purely through family connections. Every role, from entry-level to executive, will have clear performance metrics and accountability measures. Richard Jr. winced visibly as financial projections appeared. These numbers, they're impossible. You can't possibly expect this kind of growth while implementing all these employee benefits. Actually, Henry interjected, these projections are conservative. The pilot programs Mrs. Martinez-Thompson secretly implemented in our West Coast divisions have already exceeded these targets. Victoria leaned forward, her social mask cracking as she studied the data. The West Coast divisions? But they've been outperforming everyone else for the past 6 months. That was your doing? Simple, really, I replied. We promoted based on merit, implemented employee support programs, and created clear paths for advancement. Turns out, when people feel valued and see opportunities for growth, they tend to work harder. But the cost, Alexandra protested weakly. The employee education program alone must be astronomical. I switched to the next slide. Let me show you how the numbers actually work, by eliminating wasteful spending, like your personal shopping sprees charged to the company, Alexandra. We've freed up substantial capital. Add to that the savings from proper project management, unlike the Singapore disaster, and we're actually operating more efficiently than ever. Catherine studied the charts intently. These innovation initiatives, they're the ones I proposed 2 years ago. The ones the family board rejected as unnecessarily progressive. Exactly, I confirmed. And now they're driving our technological advancement, putting us ahead of competitors who are still stuck in outdated methodologies. Rather like this family has been. The screen shifted to show employee satisfaction metrics. Carlos appeared in a video testimonial, speaking eloquently about the impact of the new education program. The family watched in stunned silence as the young man they had barely noticed articulated a vision for employee development that put their old management style to shame. Starting tomorrow, I continued, every employee will have access to advancement, opportunities based solely on their abilities and dedication. The cleaning staff, the maintenance crews, the support personnel, they're no longer invisible. They're vital parts of our corporate community. Community? Richard Sr. scoffed. But his voice lacked its usual conviction. A company isn't a charity organization. No, I agreed. It's not. It's an ecosystem where every member contributes to overall success, something my father taught me while watching this family ignore the potential of their workforce. My father's voice came through the speaker again. Tell them about the mentorship program, Mija. Show them how real leadership works. The screen displayed the new Corporate Mentorship Initiative, a program pairing experienced employees with promising talent from all levels of the company. The data showed improved retention rates, increased productivity, and strengthened company loyalty. This, I explained, is how you build a sustainable business, not through inherited privilege or social connections, but through developing every person's potential, even those you once considered beneath your notice. As the television displayed the final slides of tomorrow's presentation, a new sound filtered through the mansion, the arrival of cars outside. Through the frost-etched windows, we could see vehicles pulling into the circular driveway, their headlights cutting through the falling snow. I smiled, checking my watch. Right. On schedule. The family exchanged nervous glances as the doorbell chimed through the house. Carlos appeared at the doorway. Mrs. Martinez-Thompson, they're here. His voice carried a new confidence, matching his straight posture and direct gaze. The Thompson family watched in bewilderment as their server transformed into a poised professional before their eyes. Who's here? Caroline demanded, her hostess instincts battling with her loss of control. This is a private family gathering. Actually, I replied, moving toward the foyer, I invited some additional guests to join us for the end of this historic evening. People whose lives will be directly impacted by tomorrow's changes. Through the grand entrance came a stream of people, employees from every level of Thompson Manufacturing. Maria led the group, no longer in her housekeeper's uniform but dressed professionally. Behind her came technicians, office staff, maintenance workers, and middle managers, many of whom the Thompson family had never bothered to notice before. What is the meaning of this? Richard Sr. sputtered, but his protest died as he recognized faces among the crowd. People who had worked for the company for decades, whose names he had never learned. These, I announced to the room, are the real pillars of Thompson Manufacturing. The people whose dedication and hard work have kept this company running while the family focused on social status and privilege. Maria stepped forward, her head held high. For 30 years I've cleaned these offices, watched this family celebrate their successes built on our labor. Tonight, we're here to celebrate a new beginning. James shifted uncomfortably as he recognized some of the technical staff, the same people whose warnings about the Singapore project he had ignored. Peter couldn't meet the eyes of the IT team whose modernization proposals he had repeatedly dismissed. Sarah Chen, I called out, and a young woman stepped forward from the group. Would you like to tell the family about your new position? Sarah, whom the Thompsons had passed in the hallways for years without acknowledgement, smiled confidently. As the new head of digital innovation, I'll be implementing the technological updates that Mr. Thompson previously rejected. My team has already developed solutions that will save the company millions in operational costs. Victoria's face reddened as she recognized Sarah. The same employee whose promotion recommendation she had blocked 2 years ago, claiming the company wasn't ready for diverse leadership. One by one, employees stepped forward, each sharing their new roles and visions for the company's future. The Thompson family watched in stunned silence as their former invisible workforce revealed depths of talent and expertise they had never bothered to discover. "Miguel Ramirez," I announced, and a middle-aged man in a maintenance uniform stepped forward. "Starting tomorrow, he'll be heading our new operational efficiency department. His suggestions for improving factory floor layouts have already increased productivity by 25% in trial implementations." Alexandra gasped audibly. Miguel had worked in their main factory for 15 years, his innovative ideas consistently ignored because of his position and background. The room hummed with energy as more employees shared their stories, their hopes, and their plans for the company's future. The contrast between their passionate commitment and the Thompson family's entitled complacency couldn't have been more stark. The clock edged closer to midnight as I moved to address the assembled group, the old guard of the Thompson family on one side, the newly empowered workforce on the other. The Christmas tree's lights cast alternating shadows and illumination across faces that reflected both apprehension and hope. "Tomorrow morning," I began, pulling up news slides on the television, "we begin implementing our transformation plan. Not just organizational changes, but a complete cultural shift." The screen displayed a timeline of initiatives, each carefully crafted to dismantle generations of corporate hierarchy. "Phase 1 begins at 9 a.m., I continued as detailed schedules appeared. "Every department will hold town hall meetings where new team structures will be announced, merit-based promotions, immediate salary adjustments, and educational opportunities will be implemented across all levels." Sarah Chen stepped forward again, tablet in hand. "I've already begun coordinating with IT teams worldwide. By noon tomorrow, our new internal communication platform will go live, giving every employee direct access to resources and advancement opportunities previously reserved for upper management." Richard Jr. shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "This is madness. You can't just throw open the gates like this. There's a natural order to things." "That natural order nearly bankrupted us," Miguel interrupted, his voice firm. "While you were attending charity galas, we were watching millions wasted on vanity projects that ignored fundamental operational issues." The screen changed to show a series of efficiency graphs. "These improvements," I explained, "came from listening to our factory floor workers, the people who actually understand our production processes, the same people this family traditionally excluded from decision-making." Maria stepped forward, her presence commanding attention. "For years, we watched, we learned, we understood exactly what needed to change. The only difference now is that someone finally listened." David, who had been observing quietly, addressed his family. "Can't you see? This isn't just about changing management structure. It's about unleashing the full potential of every person who works for us." "Which brings us to Phase 2, I continued, advancing the presentation. "Starting next week, we're implementing comprehensive training programs across all departments. Everyone, including current management, will have the opportunity to prove their worth based on actual skills and contribution." Victoria raised her hand, her voice strained. "And those of us who don't meet these new standards will be offered training and support to improve," I replied. "Unlike the old Thompson manufacturing, we believe in developing talent rather than discarding it. However," I paused meaningfully, "those who refuse to adapt, who cling to outdated notions of privilege and entitlement, will find there's no place for them in the new organization." Carlos stepped forward with a stack of documents. "These are the new employment contracts, reflecting our commitment to fair wages, advancement opportunities, and performance-based compensation. Every position, from entry-level to executive, now has clear metrics for success." The Thompson family watched in amazement as their former servers and maintenance staff displayed expertise and professionalism that shattered every preconception they'd held. Each new speaker revealed another layer of talent that had been hidden beneath the surface of their privileged assumptions. By this time tomorrow, I announced, Thompson Manufacturing will be operating under a completely new paradigm. One where success is earned, not inherited. Where innovation comes from merit, not status. Where every voice has the opportunity to be heard. As the presentation concluded, I gestured for everyone to be seated, transforming the formal Christmas gathering into something more intimate and meaningful. The contrast between the Thompson family's designer attire and the workforce's practical clothing seemed to fade as individual stories began to emerge. "Maria," I said softly, "would you like to share your story about your daughter's college education?" The longtime housekeeper stood, her dignity matching any society matron's bearing. "My Isabella," she began, her voice clear and strong, "graduated top of her class in chemical engineering last month, thanks to the employee education program Mrs. Martinez Thompson secretly implemented. The same program this family voted against for decades." She turned to face Caroline directly. "The program you called a waste of resources at last year's board meeting." Caroline had the grace to flush, especially as Isabella herself stepped forward, a poised young woman whose brilliant research was already revolutionizing the company's manufacturing processes. Sarah Chen rose next, holding up a patent document. "This automation system I developed while working in IT support? The one Mr. Peter Thompson dismissed without even reading? It's now saving the company $2 million annually in operational costs." Peter seemed to shrink in his chair as Sarah continued. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be leading the team implementing it across all our facilities." One by one, employees stepped forward, each sharing a personal story of talent ignored, potential dismissed, or innovation suppressed under the old regime. Miguel spoke of safety improvements he'd suggested years ago, now finally being implemented. Carlos described his journey from server to education program director, his master's thesis becoming the foundation for the company's new professional development initiative. Alexandra watched in obvious discomfort as her former personal assistant detailed the shopping expenses she'd been forced to hide in company accounts. James couldn't meet the eyes of the Singapore project team members who had tried to warn him about the impending disaster. "Remember last spring?" a maintenance worker named Tom spoke up. "When I tried to tell you about the failing equipment in the East Wing factory? You said, and I quote, 'Know your place, worker.' Well, my place now is facilities operation manager. And those repairs you ignored? They would have saved us from the 3-day shutdown in July." Richard Sr. raised his hand like a chastened schoolboy. How long have you all been planning these changes?" "They've been planning improvements for years," I answered. "You just never bothered to listen. Every person in this room has valuable insights, innovative ideas, and deep commitment to this company's success. The only difference now is that they have a leader who recognizes their worth." Victoria, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke. "The marketing campaign that won industry awards last month. That wasn't from our usual agency, was it?" "No," replied a young woman stepping forward, one of the receptionists Victoria had routinely ignored. "That was my team's work. I have a master's in marketing communications, but under the old system, I couldn't even get an interview for an internal position. Now I'm heading our new in-house creative department." David watched these revelations with a mixture of pride and shame. All this talent, right under our noses. We were so busy protecting our positions that we couldn't see the incredible potential surrounding us. The stories continued, each one adding another crack to the Thompson family's crumbling facade of superiority. Every employee who spoke revealed not just capability, but deep understanding of the company's operations. Understanding that came from years of careful observation and genuine commitment to their work. As midnight approached, I pulled up one final set of data on the television screen. A comprehensive overview of the company's transformation over the past year under my quiet leadership. The numbers told a story that even the most resistant Thompson family member couldn't deny. Let's look at the actual results of our pilot programs. I began displaying a series of graphs. In divisions where we implemented merit-based promotion and employee development initiatives, productivity increased by 45%. Employee retention rose by 60%. Customer satisfaction scores reached record highs. Sarah Chen stepped forward with her tablet, sharing detailed analytics. The modernization programs that Catherine proposed, which were repeatedly blocked by the family board? We implemented them in 3 test facilities. The result was a 30% reduction in operational costs and a 50% decrease in production errors. Richard Jr. studied the financial charts with growing dismay. These profit margins, they're higher than anything we achieved in the past decade. How? Simple, Miguel answered, pointing to the efficiency metrics. When you value your workers, listen to their ideas, and give them opportunities to grow, they give you their best in return, something your family never understood. Isabella, Maria's daughter, presented her research findings. By combining floor workers' practical knowledge with modern engineering principles, we've developed manufacturing processes that are both more efficient and more sustainable. The same innovations the family dismissed as unnecessary complications. And the screen shifted to show employee satisfaction surveys. Carlos highlighted the dramatic improvements in workplace culture. In areas where we removed artificial barriers and implemented merit-based advancement, job satisfaction increased by 80%, sick days decreased by 40%. People actually want to come to work now. Victoria stared at the numbers in disbelief. But our traditional management style, our family's approach, was outdated and inefficient, I completed her thought. Look at these comparison charts. Divisions still operating under the old system consistently underperformed compared to those embracing change. James winced as his failed Singapore project appeared on screen, contrasted with successful initiatives led by previously overlooked employees. The numbers were damning. Millions lost through his arrogance versus millions saved through collaborative, merit-based leadership. Here's something interesting, Sarah noted, pulling up another data set. Employee suggestions implemented under the new system have resulted in cost savings of over $50 million in just 6 months. These are the same employees whose ideas were previously ignored because they didn't have the right family connections. The presentation continued, each slide revealing another aspect of the company's transformation. Quality control metrics, customer feedback, market share. Every indicator showed marked improvement under the new management approach. Catherine studied the innovation metrics with growing excitement. These new product developments, they're all from our internal teams, not outside consultants? All internal, I confirmed. When you give talented people resources and opportunities, amazing things happen. Your own proposals proved that. Once they were finally given a chance to be implemented. Even Richard Sr. couldn't argue with the financial projections. The company's value had increased substantially since I'd begun quietly implementing changes, with stock prices reflecting growing market confidence in the new direction. As Christmas Eve transformed into Christmas morning, the atmosphere in the Thompson mansion had shifted dramatically. The elaborate decorations that had earlier symbolized generational wealth now seemed to highlight the changing of the guard. Outside, the first light of dawn began to paint the snow-covered grounds in shades of possibility. Before we conclude this evening, I announced, I want to share our vision for the company's new culture. The television screen displayed images of the renovated corporate headquarters. Gone were the stuffy portraits of Thompson patriarchs, replaced by collaborative workspaces and innovation centers. The executive floor that was once reserved for family members? I gestured to a photo of a bright, open space. It's now our Employee Development Center. Those private dining rooms where deals were made over expensive wines, they're now training. Facilities and creative spaces open to everyone. Caroline gasped as images of her beloved executive lounge appeared, transformed into a modern cafeteria where employees of all levels could interact and share ideas. But where will we hold our board member luncheons? In the same place everyone else eats, Maria answered firmly. The days of artificial separation are over. The screen showed the new daycare center, built in what used to be the Thompson family's private garage space. Quality childcare for all employees, Carlos explained, because talent doesn't stop when you become a parent. Sarah Chen demonstrated the new internal communication platform where ideas could be shared and developed regardless of the contributor's position. No more good suggestions dying in middle management because they came from the wrong person. Richard Jr. watched as his former executive suite was shown transformed into a collaborative tech hub. But where will the family leadership work? Leadership will be wherever the work requires, I explained, including the factory floor. No more ivory towers, no more artificial barriers. Every space in the company is now designed for functionality and collaboration, not status display. The presentation shifted to show the new employee recognition wall, where achievements were celebrated regardless of title or background. Isabella's groundbreaking research hung alongside Miguel's efficiency innovations, each contribution valued equally. Perhaps most importantly, I continued, we're implementing transparent pay scales and promotion criteria. No more advancement based on last names or social connections. Every position, from entry-level to executive, will be earned through demonstrable skill and contribution. Victoria shifted uncomfortably as images of the new HR policies appeared. But how will we maintain our position in society without our traditional roles? By earning them, David replied, finally fully embracing the new vision. By proving our worth through actual achievement rather than inherited privilege. The screen displayed the company's new mission statement: innovation through inclusion, success through merit. Below it, photos showed diverse teams working together, their collective expertise driving the company forward. Tomorrow morning, I announced, these changes go public. The stock market will open to news of Thompson Manufacturing's complete restructuring. But more importantly, every employee will arrive to find their workplace transformed, not just physically, but culturally. And the family? Alexandra asked quietly, her usual confidence shattered. Will have the same opportunity as everyone else, I replied. Those who are willing to adapt, to earn their positions through merit rather than name, will find plenty of opportunities. Those who can't. I let the sentence hang meaningfully. As Christmas morning fully dawned, casting long shadows across the Thompson Mansion's grand foyer, I stood before the assembled group, family members and employees alike, to deliver the final message of this transformative night. 1 year ago, I began, I stood in this very room during my first Thompson family Christmas, listening to jokes about my background, enduring subtle and not-so-subtle reminders of my place in society. Tonight, we've redefined what place truly means in our company. The etiquette book still lay on the side table, its gold-embossed title now seeming like a relic from a bygone era. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. This gift was meant to remind me of my supposed limitations. Instead, it will serve as a reminder of why these changes were necessary. I handed the book to Carlos. Place it in our new corporate museum, alongside other artifacts of the old Thompson Manufacturing. Let it teach future generations about the danger of judging people by their background rather than their abilities. Richard Sr. stepped forward, his bearing markedly different from the imperious patriarch of just hours before. I've been CEO of this company for 30 years, he said, his voice heavy with realization. Yet in 1 year of your quiet leadership, you've achieved more progress than we managed in 3 decades. Because, I replied gently, you were too focused on maintaining power to see the potential surrounding you. Every person in this room, every employee you ignored, every suggestion you dismissed, represented an opportunity for growth and innovation. Victoria, who had spent the night watching her carefully constructed world crumble, spoke up. What about our family legacy? 4 generations of Thompson leadership just gone? Not gone, David answered before I could. Transformed. Our true legacy shouldn't be about maintaining privilege. It should be about building something meaningful, something that values every contributor. Maria stepped forward, addressing the family directly. For generations, we watched you celebrate your successes in this mansion. Successes built on our work while you treated us as invisible. Now, we're finally visible, finally heard, finally valued. Starting today, I announced, Thompson Manufacturing will publish an annual Innovation Impact Report highlighting contributions from all levels of the company. Merit, not inheritance, will be our measuring stick for success. The morning sun streamed through the windows, illuminating the changed faces of the Thompson family. Some, like Catherine and David, showed understanding and acceptance. Others still struggled with their new reality, but the undeniable success of the changes left little room for argument. My father, I said, glancing at the phone still connecting us to him, taught me that true worth isn't found in social status or family names. It's built through hard work, integrity, and recognizing the value in every person. That will be our company's guiding principle moving forward. Mija. My father's voice came through one last time. I think they finally understand. As the employees began to depart, preparing for the official announcement that would transform Thompson Manufacturing forever, I watched the family absorb the full impact of the night's revelations. Their Christmas gathering had become something none of them could have imagined, the end of one era and the beginning of another. Next Christmas, I said to the room at large, we'll celebrate together, not as rulers and servants, not as upper class and lower class, but as one team, each person valued for their unique contribution to our shared success. The snow continued to fall outside, covering both luxury cars and modest vehicles in the same clean white blanket, nature's own lesson in equality. Inside, the Thompson family faced their first morning as regular employees, while those they had once looked down upon stood tall, ready to lead the company into its merit-based future. The annual Thompson family Christmas gathering had indeed become legendary, though not for the reasons anyone could have predicted. It marked the night when privilege gave way to merit, when inherited power yielded to earned respect, and when a janitor's daughter proved that true worth lies not in social status but in the courage to create positive change. The end. Photos you need to see. The email subject line glared at me from my phone screen. When I opened it, my coffee mug shattered on the kitchen floor along with my 15-year marriage. There was Richard, my husband, wrapped around a blonde bombshell, on a beach resort I'd never seen, while he was supposedly at a business conference in Chicago. Photos of my husband, my Richard, with another woman flooded my inbox, their sun-kissed bodies framed against turquoise waters of a beach resort I'd never seen. The email subject line read simply, "Thought you should know." I felt my legs give out as I sank to the kitchen floor, still clutching my phone with white knuckles. This was how I discovered my husband of 15 years had been living a double life, and why, 3 months later, I would sell his precious car collection and our dream house while he was on yet another business trip. Before we jump back in, tell us where you're tuning in from, and if this story touches you, make sure you're subscribed. Because tomorrow, I've saved something extra special for you. My name is Leah Rocks, and until that moment, I believed I had the perfect life. Richard and I had met during our final year of college. He was studying business. I was finishing my degree in architectural design. We married 2 years later in a small ceremony surrounded by close friends and family. Richard's career in investment banking flourished, while I put my own ambitions on hold to support him, managing our home and raising our daughter Lily, who was now 13. We had built what I thought was a beautiful life together in our custom-designed home in Westlake Hills, an exclusive neighborhood just outside Austin. Richard's passion for classic cars had grown with his success, and our 6-car garage housed his collection, each vehicle meticulously maintained and worth more than what most people earn in years. I had always found his enthusiasm endearing, even if I didn't fully understand the appeal of spending small fortunes on automobiles that mostly sat gathering dust. That Tuesday morning had begun like any other. Lily had left for school, and I was planning a charity fundraiser I was chairing. That month, Richard was on day 4 of a week-long trip to Chicago for an investment conference. At least, that's what he had told me. I had just poured my second cup of coffee when my phone chimed with a new email from an address I didn't recognize. I almost deleted it, assuming it was spam, but something about the subject line, "Photos you need to see," caught my attention. Perhaps it was related to the fundraiser? I clicked it open without a second thought. The first image loaded, and my coffee mug slipped from my fingers, shattering on the kitchen tile. There was Richard, my husband, his arm wrapped around a woman I'd never seen before. They were on a beach, drinking colorful cocktails, looking relaxed and intimate. The timestamp showed it was from yesterday, when he was supposedly in Chicago, giving a presentation on market trends. My hands shaking, I scrolled through image after image. Richard and this woman, young, blonde, stunning, having dinner at a romantic restaurant, walking hand in hand along a moonlit beach, kissing beside an infinity pool with a view I didn't recognize. And the final photo, the two of them in what was clearly a luxury hotel room, the bedsheets tangled around them. The accompanying message was brief but devastating. I thought you should know that Richard and I have been together for over 2 years. He promised he would leave you after Lily's birthday last month. I'm tired of waiting and being the secret. Ask him about our trips to Bora Bora, Santorini, and now Maldives. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, Natalie. The room seemed to tilt as a wave of nausea washed over me. 2 years? While I had been planning dinner parties and attending his company functions, believing our marriage was solid, he had been building a relationship with someone else. All those business trips that had gradually increased in frequency. How many had actually been vacations with her? I scrolled through the images again, looking for any sign that they might be manipulated or fake. But there was no denying the truth. The watch I had given Richard for our 10th anniversary clearly visible on his wrist as he embraced this woman. The distinctive scar on his shoulder from a childhood accident. This was real. My next thought was of Lily, my beautiful, sensitive daughter who adored her father, who would be devastated by this betrayal. My hands trembled as I forwarded the email to my personal account, then deleted it from my inbox. I needed time to process this, to decide how to confront Richard, to figure out how to protect my daughter from the fallout. I called my closest friend, Diana, barely able to form coherent sentences through my tears. "He's cheating," was all I could manage to say at first. Diana, who lived just 3 streets away, arrived within minutes, letting herself in with the spare key she'd had for years. "Oh my God, Leah!" she gasped, taking in the sight of me still sitting on the kitchen floor surrounded by broken ceramic and spilled coffee. "What happened?" I wordlessly handed her my phone, the damning images still displayed on the screen. Her expression shifted from concern to shock to fury as she scrolled through them. "That absolute bastard," she muttered, setting the phone down and kneeling beside me. "How did you get these?" "She sent them," I said, my voice hollow. "His mistress. Apparently she's tired of being the secret. Diana helped me to my feet and guided me to the living room couch while she cleaned up the broken mug. As the initial shock began to fade, it was replaced by a cold, seeping anger. I thought about all the times Richard had missed Lily's school, events because of unavoidable meetings, the weekends I'd spent alone because he had to fly out to see clients, the nights I'd waited up only for him to call and say he'd be working late. "What are you going to do?" Diana asked, handing me a glass of water. I took a long sip, trying to clear my head. "I don't know yet. He's not supposed to be back until Friday. I need to think. Do you want me to take Lily for a few days? She could stay with us, have some time with Emma." Diana's daughter was the same age as Lily, and the girls were close friends. The thought of having to face my daughter, to maintain a facade of normalcy while my world was imploding, was overwhelming. "Would you mind, just until I figure out what to do?" Diana squeezed my hand. "Of course, whatever you need." After she left, I found myself wandering through our house, the house Richard and I had spent 2 years designing together. Every corner held memories, now tainted by his deception. I moved as if in a trance to his home office, a space I rarely entered. It was his sanctuary, where he claimed to work on evenings and weekends when he was home. I sat at his desk, running my fingers over the polished mahogany surface. Had he been communicating with her from here, planning their rendezvous while I was just down the hall? I opened his desk drawer, not even sure what I was looking for. Inside was a stack of receipts and a small velvet jewelry box. My heart stuttered as I opened it, revealing a pair of sapphire earrings I had never seen before. The receipt tucked beneath them was from last month, over $5,000 from a high-end jeweler. Not for me. Never for me. I continued searching, finding credit card statements he had apparently forgotten to shred, dinners at restaurants I'd never been to, charges at hotels in cities where he supposedly had business, but at amounts that suggested luxury accommodations rather than standard corporate booking, and flight receipts, not to Chicago, but to Male, capital of the Maldives, dated just 5 days ago. As the evidence mounted, so did my anger. This wasn't just an affair, it was a systematic betrayal, carefully planned and executed over years. While I had been managing our household on the budget he allocated, believing we were saving for Lily's college fund and our retirement, he had been spending lavishly on another woman. I reached for the phone, my finger hovering over Richard's. Contact. What would I even say? How do you begin a conversation about such a monumental betrayal? And did I want to hear his excuses, his inevitable lies? No. I needed time. Time to think, to plan, to decide what this meant for my future. For Lily's future. I returned to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of the expensive Bordeaux Richard had brought back from a business trip to France last year. Had she been with him then too? I sipped the wine slowly, my mind racing through possibilities and scenarios. By the time Lily came home from school, I had composed myself enough to suggest the impromptu sleepover at Diana's with a cheerfulness I didn't feel. Lily, excited about spending time with her best friend, didn't question it, although she did ask if everything was okay. "Just fine, sweetheart," I lied, hating myself for it but knowing it was necessary for now. "I just have some work to catch up on, and you'll have more fun at Emma's." After Lily left with an overnight bag, the house fell silent. I stood in our grand foyer, looking up at the vaulted ceiling and spiral staircase that led to our bedroom. Sweet. Everything around me, the artwork on the walls, the designer furniture, even the flowers in their crystal vase, felt like props in a staged life that had never been real. My phone buzzed with a text from Richard. "Conference running long today. Miss you and Lily. See you Friday." Preparing and narrating this story took us a lot of time, so if you are enjoying it, subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to us. Now back to the story. I stared at the message, bile rising in my throat. How easily the lies came to him, how casually he maintained this fiction. I didn't respond, though my fingers itched to confront him, to shatter his carefully constructed deception with the truth I now possessed. Instead, I opened my laptop and began to research. Divorce attorneys, Texas property laws, bank statements and investment portfolios. As an architect, I was detail-oriented by nature, and now I channeled that focus into understanding exactly what my options were. By midnight, sitting amidst a sea of printed documents and legal notes, I had the beginnings of a plan. Richard had underestimated me, had perhaps mistaken my support for weakness. He was about to discover just how wrong he had been. As I finally climbed the stairs to sleep in our guest room, unable to face the bed we had shared for 15 years, I paused by the wall of family photos. Richard, Lily, and me, smiling at the camera during our trip to Yosemite last summer. Had he been texting her even then? Planning their next rendezvous while posing for family pictures? I gently took the frame from the wall, removed the photo, and tore it precisely down the middle, separating Richard from Lily and me. It felt symbolic, necessary. "This is just the beginning," I whispered to the empty house, tucking the half, with Lily and me, into my pocket and letting Richard's half flutter to the floor. The woman who had entered this house this morning no longer existed. In her place stood someone new, someone who would no longer accept lies, no matter how beautifully packaged they came. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those images, Richard and Natalie laughing, kissing, betraying me with every captured moment. By dawn, I had moved past shock into a strange, detached clarity. I showered, dressed in my most polished outfit, a charcoal pencil skirt and cream silk blouse that always made me feel confident, and headed downstairs with purpose. The morning light streamed through our floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the pristine kitchen where I'd built countless family meals. I opened Richard's sacred liquor cabinet, selected his 25-year-old Macallan whiskey, the one he'd spent $3,500 on and saved for special occasions, and poured myself a generous glass. It burned going down, but I welcomed the sensation. Something real in a life I was discovering had been largely artificial. My phone buzzed with a morning text from Richard. "Big presentation today. Should close the Peterson account. Call you tonight." I stared at the message, picturing him typing it while lying next to her in their luxury resort. Did he laugh after sending it, pleased with how easily he could maintain his deception? I didn't reply. Let him think everything was normal. For now. Instead, I called Megan, our family attorney, or rather, the attorney who had handled our wills and house purchase. A woman I'd chatted with at charity events but never truly confided in. Now, I needed her professional expertise more than ever. "Leah? This is a surprise," she answered, her tone warmly professional. "I need to meet with you. Today, if possible. It's..." My voice faltered slightly. "It's about Richard." Something in my tone must have alerted her. "I have a cancellation at 11. Can you make it then?" By 10:30, I was sitting in my car outside her downtown office, rehearsing what to say, how to transform my personal humiliation into legal strategy. The folder on the passenger seat contained printouts of the damning email, screenshots of our financial accounts, and the credit card statements I'd found in Richard's desk. Megan's office was a sleek, minimalist space, all glass and polished concrete with stunning city views. It should have intimidated me, but I felt oddly at home here. This was a place where emotions took a back seat to facts and strategy, exactly what I needed. "So," Megan said after her assistant had brought us coffee, "what's going on?" I placed my phone on her desk, the email with Natalie's photos open. "My husband has been having an affair for at least 2 years. His mistress sent me these yesterday." Megan's professional demeanor slipped momentarily as she scrolled through the images. "Jesus, Leah." I'm so sorry. I need to know my options, I said, my voice steadier than I expected. Legally and financially. She set the phone down, her expression shifting back to lawyer mode. Let's talk about that. Texas is a community property state, which means assets acquired during marriage are generally split 50-50, but there can be exceptions. Do you have a prenuptial agreement? I shook my head. We got married right after college. Neither of us had anything to protect. For the next 2 hours, Megan walked me through the divorce process, custody considerations, and financial implications. I learned about temporary orders to protect assets, the importance of documentation, and strategies to prepare for what would likely be a contentious separation. Do you think he suspects that you know? She asked as we concluded. No, he's still texting me about his business trip. He's supposed to be home Friday. Megan nodded thoughtfully. That gives us time. I recommend you do several things before he returns. First, secure copies of all financial records. Bank statements, investment accounts, retirement funds, everything. Second, open your own bank account at a different bank and transfer enough money for immediate living expenses. Legally, you're entitled to access your joint funds. Won't that tip him off? I asked. Possibly, but protecting yourself financially is crucial right now. Richard has clearly been living a double life, which suggests he's comfortable with deception. We need to assume he might take steps to restrict your access once he knows you've discovered the affair. As Megan continued outlining my next steps, I felt a strange sense of empowerment replacing the devastation of the previous day. This was actionable, concrete. Something I could focus on besides the images of my husband with another woman. What about the house? I asked. And his car collection? Megan's expression grew cautious. Those are significant assets that would be divided during divorce proceedings. I strongly advise against making any major decisions about property right now. Judges don't look kindly on spouses who liquidate assets before legal separation. I nodded, not sharing the thoughts already forming in my mind. By the time I left Megan's office, armed with a folder of legal information and a list of recommended actions, it was nearly 2 p.m. Rather than going home to our empty house, I drove to Westlake Community Bank where Richard and I had our joint accounts. Mrs. Mitchell, what a pleasure, said Brian, the branch manager who had handled our banking for years. I didn't correct him on the name. I was still Mrs. Mitchell, at least for now. What can I help you with today? I need to check some information on our accounts, I said with a practiced smile. Richard is traveling, and there are some financial matters I need to handle in his absence. Brian's helpful demeanor never wavered as he pulled up our account information, confirming what I already suspected. There were accounts I knew nothing about. Specifically, a separate checking account, in Richard's name alone with a balance that made my stomach clench. Over $200,000 sitting in an account I hadn't even known existed. Could you print monthly statements for all our accounts for the past 2 years? I asked, maintaining my composure. Of course, Mrs. Mitchell. It might take a few minutes to compile everything. While waiting, I opened a new checking account in my name only, transferring $50,000 from our joint savings. It was less than I was entitled to, but enough to ensure Lily and I would be secure in the immediate future. I also requested a credit check, discovering 2 credit cards in Richard's name that I'd never seen, both with substantial balances and payment addresses at a P.O. box rather than our home. After leaving the bank, a strange restlessness overtook me. I couldn't face going home yet, to the shrine of our fabricated perfect life. Instead, I found myself driving to Hillside Park, where Lily had played as a toddler. I sat on a bench overlooking the playground, watching mothers with their young children, feeling simultaneously disconnected from and bonded to them. How many of these women were also living lives undergirded by lies? My phone buzzed with a text from Diana. Lily's having dinner with us. How are you holding up? I stared at the message, unsure how to respond. How was I holding up? I didn't even know. Part of me felt numb, operating on autopilot. Another part simmered with a rage I'd never experienced before, not just at Richard's betrayal, but at my own blindness. How had I not seen this coming? Had I been so absorbed in creating the perfect home, being the supportive wife, that I'd missed the signs? Taking care of things, I finally replied. Thank Diana for keeping Lily. I'll pick her up tomorrow. As the afternoon faded into evening, I finally returned home. The house felt different now, less like a sanctuary and more like an elaborate stage set. I wandered from room to room, seeing everything through new eyes. The living room where we'd entertained Richard's colleagues, everyone complimenting our beautiful home while my husband secretly built a life with another woman. The kitchen where I'd prepared countless family dinners, believing I was nurturing our relationship. The family photos that now seemed like props in an elaborate deception. I ended up in the garage, staring at Richard's prized car collection. 6 vehicles, each worth more than most people's annual salary. The vintage Porsche 911 he'd restored himself. The Ferrari he drove only on perfect summer days. The classic Aston Martin he'd called his investment piece. Each one meticulously maintained, lovingly cared for. Unlike his marriage. I ran my hand along the sleek lines of the Ferrari, remembering how excited Richard had been when he brought it home, how he'd insisted I come for a drive even though I'd been in the middle of preparing for a charity event. Had he shown the same enthusiasm? To Natalie? Had she sat in the passenger seat, wind in her hair, laughing at his jokes while I managed our household and raised our daughter? My hand tightened on the car door. For a moment, I imagined taking a sledgehammer to the gleaming paint job, shattering the windows, destroying what he loved as he had destroyed what I loved. But no, that would be temporary satisfaction at best. And Richard had taught me something important. There were more subtle, devastating ways to hurt someone. Back in the house, I opened my laptop and began researching luxury car dealerships and collectors within driving distance. Then I poured another glass of Richard's precious whiskey and began drafting an email to a real estate agent I knew, not to list our house, not yet, but to get a current market valuation. The sun had long set by the time I closed my laptop. Tomorrow would be a day of action, but tonight I needed to process. I climbed the stairs to our bedroom, no, not ours anymore, and began systematically removing Richard's presence. His clothes went into suitcases, his toiletries into boxes, his bedside reading into the trash. By midnight, it was as if he had never shared the space with me. I fell asleep in the center of the bed, no longer confined to my side, a dreamless sleep born of emotional exhaustion and newfound resolve. When dawn broke, I was already awake, my mind clear, my purpose defined. Richard had underestimated me, had taken for granted that I would always be the accommodating wife, the silent partner. He was about to discover just how wrong he had been. The following morning, I awoke with purpose and a pounding headache, Richard's expensive whiskey exacting its revenge. I swallowed 2 aspirin and stepped into the shower, letting the hot water wash away the physical remnants of yesterday's emotional storm. Today, I needed clarity. Today, I would discover just how deep the betrayal went. After dressing, I headed to Richard's home office again. Yesterday, I'd barely scratched the surface of his deception. Now, I methodically went through every drawer, every file, every hidden corner. In the back of his filing cabinet, behind tax returns from 3 years ago, I discovered a folder labeled simply Property. Inside were documents for a condominium in downtown Austin, a luxury 1-bedroom with stunning city views, purchased 18 months ago. The ownership was listed under an LLC I didn't recognize, Horizon Ventures. The signature on the purchase agreement, however, was unmistakably Richard's. My fingers trembled as I examined the paperwork. a secret apartment, bought while I was planning our family vacation to Colorado, thinking we were saving for Lily's college fund. I tucked the folder into my bag and continued searching. The bottom drawer of Richard's desk was locked. Something I'd never paid attention to before. After 30 minutes of searching, I found a small key taped beneath his desk chair. Inside the drawer was a sleek laptop I'd never seen before. When I opened it, the login screen appeared. I tried Richard's usual password, our anniversary date followed by Lily's birth year, but it was rejected. After several failed attempts, I sat back, frustrated. What would Richard use as a password for his secret life? On a hunch, I typed, Natalie, followed by what looked like a date from one of the vacation photos. The screen unlocked, revealing a desktop with minimal icons. The email application opened automatically, loading messages between Richard and various contacts, most notably, dozens of exchanges with N. I clicked on the most recent thread, dated just yesterday. Missing you already, Richard had written. Meeting went well. Peterson account secured. Back to real life on Friday, but counting the days until Paris next month. Natalie's response made my blood run cold. I hate when you go back to her. When are you going to tell her about us? About everything? You promised after the Miami property. Closed. Miami property? I frantically searched through the emails, finding references to real estate investments, offshore accounts, and business ventures I'd known nothing about. Richard hadn't just been hiding an affair. He'd been concealing an entire parallel financial life. And then I found it. Emails discussing asset protection strategies with a financial advisor I'd never heard of. Strategies explicitly designed to hide money during a potential divorce. If you transfer these assets now, before any divorce filing, they'll be much harder to trace, the advisor had written 6 months ago. The Cayman structure offers significant protection, especially if we move forward before year-end. Richard had been planning to leave me for at least half a year, methodically hiding our assets while maintaining the facade of our marriage. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I'd been silent partner not just in our marriage, but in my own systematic financial dismantling. My phone rang, startling me from my shock. Diana's name flashed on the screen. Hey, I answered, trying to keep my voice steady. How are you doing? Diana asked, concern evident in her tone. I trailed off, unsure how to encapsulate the magnitude of what I'd discovered. It's worse than I thought. Much worse. What do you mean? He's been hiding money, buying property, planning to leave me. My voice cracked. There's a financial advisor helping him hide assets before filing for divorce. Diana's sharp intake of breath was audible. That conniving bastard. What are you going to do? I don't know yet. I need to talk to Megan again. I glanced at my watch. And I should pick up Lily soon. Actually, that's partly why I called. Emma asked if Lily could stay another night. They're working on some science project together. I thought it might give you more time to, figure things out. The relief was immediate. If you're sure it's not an imposition. Of course not. Take all the time you need. After hanging up, I turned back to the laptop, downloading as many incriminating emails as I could onto a USB drive I found in Richard's desk. The evidence of his calculated betrayal grew with each message I read. This wasn't just about Natalie. This was about Richard systematically dismantling our financial future while I remained oblivious. I closed the laptop, replaced it exactly as I'd found it, and locked the drawer. Then I called Megan. I need to see you again, I said when she answered. Today, if possible. I've found evidence that Richard has been hiding assets. 2 hours. Later, I was back in Megan's office, spreading printouts across her desk. Emails about offshore accounts, property purchases through LLCs, discussions of divorce strategy, dating back months. Megan's expression grew increasingly grave as she examined the documents. This changes things significantly, Leah. What Richard's doing here, it's not just unethical, it's potentially illegal. Hiding assets during divorce proceedings is fraud. But he hasn't filed for divorce yet, I pointed out. No, but these emails clearly show intent. He's deliberately concealing marital assets in preparation for divorce. That's acting in bad faith. She tapped one of the emails. This financial advisor he's working with, Trevor Wilson, I know him by reputation. He specializes in helping high net worth individuals shield assets from spouses and creditors. Some of what he does operates in legal gray areas. So what does this mean for me? Megan leaned forward, her expression intensifying. It means we need to move quickly, before Richard can hide anything else. I'm going to recommend we file for divorce immediately, with an emergency motion to freeze all assets. We'll request full financial disclosure and specific injunctions preventing any transfers of property or money. The word divorce hung in the air between us. Despite everything, despite the photos and the emails and the mountain of evidence of Richard's betrayal, hearing it stated so plainly made it real in a way it hadn't been before. Leah? Megan prompted gently. I know this is overwhelming, but time is critical here. Based on these emails, Richard is actively working to disadvantage you financially. Every day we wait is another opportunity for him to hide more assets. I nodded, swallowing hard. Do it. File the papers. There's something else you should know, Megan added, her tone cautious. Given the evidence of fraud, we could potentially pursue criminal charges. Financial fraud in divorce cases can lead to significant penalties, including jail time in extreme cases. The thought of Richard in jail, Richard, who was so concerned with appearances, with maintaining his reputation in the business community, was momentarily satisfying. But then I thought of Lily, of how devastated she would be not just by our divorce but by seeing her father criminally charged. Let's hold that as a last resort, I said finally. For Lily's sake. Megan nodded understandingly. Of course. For now, let's focus on the divorce filing and asset freeze. I'll have the paperwork ready for your signature tomorrow. As I drove home, the weight of the day's discoveries pressed down on me. Richard hadn't just betrayed me emotionally. He'd been meticulously planning to betray me financially, to leave me with as little as possible while he started his new life with Natalie. The calculated nature of it, the months of planning, made the betrayal exponentially worse. I pulled into our circular driveway, noticing how the late afternoon sun glinted off the perfectly manicured landscaping I had designed and supervised, part of creating the showcase home Richard had wanted. Everything around me, from the imported Italian marble in the foyer to the custom cabinetry in the kitchen, had been selected to project an image of success and perfection. An image as false as our marriage had been. Inside, the house was quiet, too quiet without Lily's presence. I wandered from room to room, seeing everything through new eyes. The living room where we'd hosted dinner parties for Richard's colleagues, everyone complimenting our beautiful home while he secretly planned his exit. The kitchen where I'd prepared countless family meals, believing I was nurturing our relationship while he nurtured a separate life. I ended up in Richard's study again, staring at the evidence of his duplicity. The locked drawer that had contained his secret laptop, the filing cabinet where he'd hidden the condominium documents, the desk where he'd presumably planned vacations, with Natalie while I believed he was working late. My phone buzzed with a text. Richard again. Closing dinner with Peterson tonight. Might be late calling. Kiss Lily for me. I stared at the message, fury building in my chest. The casual deception, the easy lies, all while he systematically worked to destroy my financial future. I thought of the asset protection strategies, the offshore accounts, the secret properties. I thought of Natalie's message. I hate when you go back to her. In that moment, something crystallized within me. This wasn't just about surviving Richard's betrayal. This wasn't even about getting my fair share in the divorce. This was about justice, about consequences. Richard had spent months, perhaps years, calculating how to leave me with as little as possible. Now it was my turn to calculate. I opened my contacts and scrolled to a name I hadn't called in years, Bennett Fuller, a college friend who had gone on to become one of Austin's most successful luxury car dealers. Bennett? It's Leah Rocks. Mitchell now, though that's about to change. I took a deep breath. I need your expertise on something. How quickly can you move 6 high-end cars? As the sun set over our soon-to-be former home, I sat at the kitchen, island, laptop open, making lists, sending emails, formulating a plan. Richard had taught me an invaluable lesson. Preparation was everything. He'd had months to plan his exit strategy. I had less than 48 hours before he returned. It would be enough. Morning dawned with a clarity I hadn't felt in years. After signing the divorce papers Megan had prepared, I found myself sitting in my car outside a sleek high-rise in downtown Austin, the building where Richard's secret condominium was located. The property documents I'd found included a key, card for the resident garage, which I now held in my trembling hand. Part of me questioned whether I should be here at all. The rational, cautious Leah, the woman who had managed charity functions and hosted dinner parties with perfect poise, argued that I should leave this to the lawyers. But another part, a stronger part, needed to see this place with my own eyes. Needed to confront the physical reality of Richard's betrayal. I swiped the card at the garage entrance and followed the directions to visitor parking. The elevator required another keycard swipe, which granted me access to the 18th floor. The hallway was all understated luxury, plush carpeting, soft lighting, and the faint scent of citrus in the air. I found Unit 1806 and stood before the door, heart hammering in my chest. The key from the document folder slid smoothly into the lock. For a moment, I hesitated. Once I opened this door, there would be no pretending, no going back to the comfortable illusion of my marriage. Then I turned the key and stepped inside. The apartment was immaculate, clearly professionally decorated, in minimalist whites and grays with strategic pops of blue. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of downtown Austin. It was beautiful, expensive, and utterly devoid of personality. No photos, no mementos, nothing that would identify its occupants, except for the lingering scent of an unfamiliar perfume. I moved through the space like a detective, noting the high-end appliances in the unused kitchen, the expensive whiskey, the same brand Richard kept at home, on the bar cart. The bedroom featured a massive platform bed with rumpled gray sheets that no one had bothered to straighten. On the nightstand sat a woman's watch and a dog-eared paperback. The closet revealed more, a section of Richard's clothes, items I recognized from our home, hanging beside women's garments, designer dresses, cashmere sweaters, things I would never buy on the household budget Richard had always insisted we stick to. In the bathroom, her toiletries mingled with his, 2 toothbrushes in the holder, her makeup scattered across the counter. This wasn't just a place for clandestine meetings. This was a home they shared. While I managed our household and raised our daughter, Richard had been building this parallel life, complete with domestic routines and shared spaces. I sank onto the edge of the bed, overwhelmed by the tangible evidence of his deception. My phone rang, Diana checking in. I let it go to voicemail. What could I possibly say? That I was sitting in my husband's love nest, surrounded by evidence of his double life? A notification pinged, an email from Megan confirming that the divorce papers had been filed and the emergency motion to freeze assets was scheduled for a hearing the following morning. The legal machinery was in motion. I should have felt relieved, empowered even. Instead, a wave of desperate sadness washed over me. 15 years of marriage, a daughter we both adored, a life we'd built, or that I thought we'd built together. All of it sacrificed for this sterile apartment and a woman young enough to be his intern. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually, a wild idea took hold. What if I tried to talk to Richard? Really talk to him? Confront him with what I knew? Appeal to whatever decency might remain in the man I'd once loved. Perhaps for Lily's sake, if nothing else, we could find a way through this that didn't involve courts and asset freezes and the public dismantling of our family. Before I could reconsider, I pulled out my phone and dialed his number. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. Of course. He was supposedly in meetings all day. I tried again, this time using the emergency code we'd established years ago, calling 3 times in succession, which meant drop everything and call me back. Within minutes, my phone rang. Leah? What's wrong? Is it Lily? Richard's voice held genuine concern, the first authentic emotion I'd heard from him in who knew how long. We need to talk, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. Now. I'm in the middle of a meeting. Can it wait until tonight? No, it can't wait. I'm sitting in your downtown apartment, the one you bought for you and Natalie. Silence stretched across the line, so complete I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. How did you... He finally began. How I know doesn't matter. I cut him off. What matters is that we talk, face to face, today. Another long pause. I'm in Dallas. No, you're not. You're in the Maldives with Natalie, or were until yesterday. The vacation photos came directly to my inbox, Richard. All of them. The sharp intake of breath told me everything. Leah, I can explain. Save it. I don't want explanations over the phone. I want you on a plane back to Austin today. We need to talk about what happens next. About Lily. His voice shifted, taking on the placating tone he used with difficult clients. Of course, you're right. But I can't just leave in the middle of... Yes, you can. And you will. Or the next call I make is to your firm's partners, with copies of those vacation photos attached. I wonder how they'd feel about you conducting business meetings with your mistress on white sand beaches. A heavy sigh. Fine. I'll get a flight back today. But Leah, this conversation isn't going to go the way you think. Just be here. I ended the call. As I left the apartment, locking it behind me, doubts crept in. What was I hoping to accomplish? Richard had been methodically planning his exit for months, hiding assets, creating this separate life. Did I really believe a face-to-face conversation would change anything? Yes and no. The rational part of me knew this marriage was over. Had. Been over long before Natalie's email arrived in my inbox. But another part needed closure. Needed to hear from Richard's own lips why our life together had meant so little to him that he could discard it for luxury vacations and a downtown pied-à-terre. And maybe, just maybe, a direct confrontation would shock him into doing the right thing, handling our divorce with honesty and fairness, prioritizing Lily's well-being above all else. Back at home, I paced restlessly, alternating between certainty that I was doing the right thing and fear that I was making a terrible mistake. Should I have just left everything to the lawyers? Was attempting to reason with a man who had methodically deceived me for years an exercise in futility? I called Megan to inform her that Richard was returning early. Are you sure this is wise? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Men like Richard can be unpredictable when cornered. I need to try, for Lily's sake. Maybe if we talk face to face, we can work out an amicable separation. Megan's skepticism was palpable even through the phone. Just be careful. Don't sign anything, don't agree to anything, and call me immediately if you feel uncomfortable or threatened in any way. By early evening, my phone buzzed with a text from Richard. Landed. Meeting with Peterson running late. Will be home around 9. Still lying. Still clinging to the fiction of his business trip even as he scrambled to manage the crisis of being discovered. The realization strengthened my resolve. This man, This stranger wearing my husband's face deserved no consideration, no attempt at reconciliation. Yet when the front door finally opened at 9:30 and Richard walked in looking travel-worn and wary, something inside me wavered. This was the man I had loved for 15 years, the father of my child. Despite everything, my traitorous heart skipped a beat at the familiar sight of him setting down his briefcase in the entryway, loosening his tie with that habitual gesture I knew so well. "Leah," he said cautiously, his eyes taking in my composed posture at the kitchen island. "I came as soon as I could." "Did you?" I replied, ice in my voice. "Interesting, since your return flight from the Maldives landed at noon. Where have you been for the past 9 hours, Richard?" His face tightened. "I had things to take care of." "Things? Or people? Did you stop by the condo to warn Natalie, to make sure she'd cleared out her makeup before I found it?" I laughed bitterly. "Too late for that." Richard sighed heavily, dropping the pretense. "This isn't how I wanted you to find out." "How exactly did you want me to find out? With divorce papers? After you'd finished hiding all our assets in the Cayman Islands?" His head snapped up, eyes widening in surprise. "How did you—" "I know everything, Richard. The offshore accounts, the Miami property, the asset protection strategies to shield money from me in the divorce you've been planning for months." I pushed a stack of printed emails across the counter toward him. "Did you really think I was that stupid? That blind?" Richard's expression shifted, the facade of contrition falling away to reveal something harder, colder. "What do you want, Leah? Money? The house? Name your price so we can end this civilized." "Civilized?" I echoed incredulously. "You've been systematically deceiving me, cheating on me, and plotting to leave me financially compromised. And you want to talk about civilization?" "I was going to be fair," he insisted, a defensive edge to his voice. "You would have had enough to be comfortable. Enough, as determined by you. While you and Natalie enjoyed the fruits of 15 years of our shared life." I shook my head in disbelief. "You still don't get it, do you? This isn't just about money. It's about respect, honesty, the values we promised to uphold when we stood before our families and pledged to honor each other." Richard's facade cracked further, impatience bleeding through. "What good does this conversation do, Leah? It's over. I've moved on. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but dragging it out only makes things more painful for everyone, especially Lily." The casual dismissal of our marriage, of my pain, ignited something primal within me. "You don't get to invoke our daughter's name, not when you've been plotting to undermine her future, to strip away her security." "That's not fair," he snapped. "I would never hurt Lily. But you'd hurt me. You'd destroy the foundation of her family without a second thought." I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "I filed for divorce today, Richard, with an emergency motion to freeze all our assets pending full financial disclosure." The color drained from his face. "You what?" "The hearing is tomorrow morning. Every account, every property, every investment will be scrutinized, including those you've tried to hide." He slammed his hand on the counter, mask fully dropped now. "You had no right. Those accounts, those investments, I built them. Me. While you were playing house and planning charity luncheons." There it was, the truth he'd always hidden behind supportive smiles and perfunctory compliments. In his mind, my contributions to our marriage, to our family, had been worthless. Decorative at best. "Playing house," I repeated softly. "Is that what you think I've been doing for 15 years? Creating a home for our family? Raising our daughter? Supporting your career at every turn?" Richard ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident. "That's not what I meant." "It's exactly what you meant." I stood up, suddenly exhausted by his presence, by this conversation that was going exactly as I should have expected. There's nothing more to discuss tonight. I'll have Lily ready for you to see tomorrow afternoon, after the hearing. Where is she now? At a friend's. I didn't want her here for this conversation. He nodded, the first sensible reaction he'd shown. I'll get a hotel room for tonight. Have my lawyer call yours in the morning. As he turned to leave, I called after him. Richard, was any of it real? Us? This life we built? He paused at the door, shoulders slumping slightly. Parts of it, in the beginning. Then he was gone. The door closing with a soft click that somehow felt more final than if he'd slammed it. I sank back onto the kitchen stool, the weight of confirmation pressing down on me. I had tried the conventional approach. Confrontation, appeal to decency, attempt at rational discussion. It had failed spectacularly, revealing only what I should have already known. There would be no amicable separation, no fair division, no prioritizing of Lily's well-being over Richard's self-interest. My phone buzzed with a text from Megan. How did it go? I stared at the message, contemplating my response. How had it gone? Exactly as it needed to, perhaps. It had shown me beyond any doubt that Richard was not the man I had believed him to be. That there would be no reasoning. With him, no appeal to better angels. It had shown me that if I wanted justice, true justice, I would need to create it myself. It went as expected, I finally replied. See you in court tomorrow. Then I opened a new message to Bennett Fuller. Still interested in those cars? I need them moved tomorrow. Discretion essential. The die was cast. The time for conventional approaches was over. I barely slept that night, my mind racing with conflicting emotions. Anger at Richard's betrayal, fear for Lily's future, doubt about the path I was choosing. By dawn, I was sitting on our back patio, watching the sun rise over the carefully manicured garden, when my phone rang. Megan. I've just received a call from Richard's attorney, she said without preamble. They're requesting a postponement of today's hearing. My grip tightened on the phone. Why? They claim they need more time to prepare proper financial disclosures. It's a stalling tactic, Leah. He's trying to buy time to move more assets. A cold certainty settled in my chest. Can they do that? Get a postponement? They can try. I'll fight it, but judges often grant one initial continuance as a professional courtesy. Megan's voice took on a cautionary tone. There's something else. Richard's attorney mentioned serious concerns about Mrs. Mitchell's stability and judgment. They're laying groundwork to paint you as unstable. I nearly laughed at the audacity. I'm unstable? He's the one living a double life. I know, but this is a tactic we see often. If they can characterize you as emotionally reactive, it undermines your credibility when discussing financial matters. Megan paused. Did anything happen during your conversation last night that they could twist? I replayed the confrontation in my mind. Had I raised my voice? Yes. Shown emotion? Absolutely. But unstable? No. I was angry but in control. Good. But be prepared. This is going to get ugly. Richard's showing his hand early. He's going to fight dirty. After hanging up, I sat motionless, processing this new development. Richard wasn't just trying to hide assets. He was preparing to discredit me, to undermine my character. The man who had stood beside me at charity events, who had praised my organizational skills and social grace to his colleagues, was now plotting to paint me as unstable and irrational. My phone chimed with a text message from an unknown number. You can't win this. Take what Richard offers and move on. N. Natalie. She had my phone number. Of course she did. She probably knew every detail of my life, had been watching from the shadows as I played the role of devoted wife, blissfully unaware of my husband's betrayal. I stared at the message, a curious calm settling over me. They were coordinating now, Richard and Natalie, strategizing together about how to handle me. The woman who had sent those photos, had she done it to hurt me, to clear the path for their relationship? Or had it been a calculated move, designed to provoke an emotional reaction they could use against me? Either way, the message confirmed what I already knew. There would be no fair resolution through conventional channels. Richard would use every trick, every legal maneuver, every manipulation to protect his assets and his new life. My phone rang again, Bennett Fuller calling about the cars. "I can have transport vehicles at your location by noon," he said. "Are you sure about this, Leah? Once these cars leave your property?" "I'm sure," I replied, certainty hardening in my voice. "How soon can you move them?" "I have buyers lined up for the Porsche and the Ferrari already. The Aston Martin will take longer. It's more specialized. But I can secure them all today and handle the sales transactions over the next week." He paused. "You do have clear title to sell, right?" That was the critical question. Legally, the cars were joint marital property. Once Megan's asset freeze went through, if it went through, I wouldn't be able to sell them without court approval. But until that happened— "They're in both our names," I said carefully. "I have all the documentation." Bennett's silence spoke volumes. He understood the precarious timing. "Noon then. Make sure you have all the keys and paperwork ready." After hanging up, I moved with renewed purpose. I gathered the keys to all 6 vehicles, located their titles in Richard's desk, and compiled the service records he kept meticulously organized. Then I called Diana to check on Lily. "She's fine," Diana assured me. "The girls are still working on their project. How are you holding up?" I considered the question. How was I holding up? Better than I would have expected. The shock and pain had given way to something else, a cold, clear determination. "I'm doing what needs to be done." "Want to talk about it?" "Not yet, but soon. Give Lily a hug for me." My next call was to Megan, bringing her up to speed on Natalie's text message. "Save it," she advised. "That's harassment. We can use it." "There's something else," I said, taking a deep breath. "I'm going to sell Richard's cars. Today." Silence stretched across the line. "Leah, I strongly advise against that. Once the asset freeze is in place." "That's just it. The hearing might be postponed. He's already moving to block me legally and discredit me personally. I need to act. Now." "This could seriously compromise our position," Megan warned. "The court doesn't look kindly on spouses liquidating assets before proceedings. I understand the risks, but these cars are worth over $1 million combined. If I don't move them now, they'll be tied up in legal battles for months, maybe years. Meanwhile, Richard will continue hiding money in accounts I don't even know exist." Megan sighed. "As your attorney, I have to advise against this. But as a woman who's seen too many clients get financially destroyed in high-conflict divorces." She paused. "Just be careful. And whatever you do, don't deposit the proceeds in any account Richard can access." The hearing was scheduled for 10 a.m. I dressed with particular care, a conservative navy suit, minimal makeup, hair pulled back in a neat chignon. The image of stability and composure. In my briefcase were copies of all the financial documents I'd discovered, the emails about asset hiding and printouts of Natalie's photos and text message. The courthouse was imposing, all marble and echoing hallways. Megan met me at the entrance, her expression grave. Richard's attorney filed for continuance first thing this morning. Judge Harmon is reviewing it now. We were directed to a wood-paneled courtroom where Richard and his attorney, a sharp-featured man in an expensive suit, were already seated. Richard's eyes widened slightly at the sight of me, perhaps surprised by my composed appearance. He had expected hysteria, tears, the unstable woman he was preparing to describe to the court. Instead, he got ice. I took my seat beside Megan, back straight, eyes forward, refusing to acknowledge Richard's presence. The judge entered, a stern-looking woman in her 60s, and the proceedings began with Richard's attorney arguing for postponement. Your Honor, my client needs additional time to compile comprehensive financial disclosures. The petitioner has made sudden, unexpected claims that require thorough documentation to address properly. Megan countered forcefully, presenting evidence of Richard's hidden accounts and the emails discussing asset concealment. Your Honor, this is not a case where additional time will facilitate honest disclosure. It is a case where additional time will allow the respondent to further hide marital assets, as he has already been doing for months. Judge Harmon reviewed the documents carefully, her expression inscrutable. Finally, she looked up, gaze shifting between Richard and me. I'm denying the motion for continuance. The evidence presented suggests a pattern of financial concealment that warrants immediate intervention. I'm granting the emergency motion to freeze all assets pending full financial disclosure and discovery. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. As the judge continued outlining the terms of the asset freeze, my phone vibrated with a text from Bennett. En route. ETA 20 minutes. The timing couldn't have been worse. The judge was literally ordering that no assets be moved or liquidated, while transport vehicles were heading to my house to remove 6 luxury cars. If they arrived after the order was officially filed. I leaned over to Megan and whispered, "I need to make a call, urgent." She nodded slightly, then addressed the judge. "Your Honor, may we request a brief recess? My client needs to check on her daughter." Judge Harmon acquiesced, calling a 15-minute recess. I hurried from the courtroom, dialing Bennett as soon as I reached the hallway. "Where are you?" I asked when he answered. "About 10 minutes out. Is there a problem?" "The asset freeze is being ordered right now. If you arrive after it's filed, we'll be in violation." Bennett whistled low. "That's cutting it close. What do you want to do?" My mind raced, weighing options. If I called off the transport, the cars would remain at the house, locked in legal limbo. If I proceeded, I was potentially violating a court order. But if the cars were already gone before the order was officially filed and served? Proceed, I decided. But fast. Get them loaded and off the property as quickly as possible. On it. I returned to the courtroom just as the recess was ending, my heart hammering in my chest. Richard was watching me suspiciously, sensing something but unable to identify what. The judge resumed, finalizing the terms of the asset freeze and setting dates for financial disclosure and preliminary hearings. As we stood to leave, Richard approached, his attorney hovering nearby. "This won't end well for you," he said quietly, for my ears only. "I've built my career destroying opponents who underestimated me. What makes you think you'll fare any better?" In that moment, looking into the cold, calculating eyes of the man I'd once loved, I experienced perfect clarity. This stranger, this man who could threaten the mother of his child with such casual cruelty, had never been worthy of my love, my loyalty, or my respect. The years I'd spent supporting him, believing in him, defending him to others, they hadn't been an investment in our future, but a tribute to an illusion. "The difference, Richard," I replied, matching his quiet tone, "is that your opponents saw you coming." I walked away, leaving him frowning in confusion, and joined Megan outside the courtroom. "The order has been granted, but it won't be officially filed for about an hour," she informed me. "After that, it will need to be served to be fully binding." An hour. Bennett and his team should have the cars loaded and gone by then. I checked my watch, calculating. What happens now? Now the real work begins. Discovery, depositions, forensic accounting. It's going to be a long process, Leah. I nodded, mind already racing ahead to next steps. I need to get home. As Megan and I parted ways, my phone buzzed with a text from Bennett. 3 loaded. Working on the rest? Need to move faster. I drove home with a strange sense of exhilaration. For months, perhaps years, Richard had been meticulously calculating his exit, planning how to discard me while keeping the wealth we'd accumulated during our marriage. He had hidden accounts, purchased secret properties, and conspired with financial advisors to shield assets. But he had forgotten one crucial detail. I wasn't the decorative, compliant wife he'd convinced himself I was. I was the woman who had managed our household budget, organized our social calendar, and maintained relationships with every important contact in his network. I was the woman who had noticed when the gardener overcharged or the contractor cut corners. I was far more observant, far more capable than Richard had ever given me credit for. As I pulled into our driveway, I saw the transport vehicles, 3 car carriers loading the last of Richard's precious collection. Bennett waved from beside the Ferrari as it was carefully secured onto the ramp. "Perfect timing," he called as I approached. "Just finishing up. All documentation is in order." I watched as the last car, the Aston Martin Richard had called his legacy piece, was loaded. There was a certain poetic justice to it. The cars had always been his most visible status symbols, the possessions he'd lavished the most attention and care upon. Now they would be among the first assets liquidated in our divorce. "What now?" I asked Bennett as the transport vehicles prepared to depart. "Now I sell them to my waiting buyers. The Ferrari and Porsche will be gone by tonight. The others, within days. I'll wire the proceeds to the account you specified." He studied my face. "Are you sure about this, Leah? There's no going back." I thought of Richard's cold threat in the courthouse, of the calculated deception he'd maintained for years, of the future he'd been planning, a future that left me financially diminished while he enjoyed luxury with his younger girlfriend. "I'm sure," I replied, watching as the car carriers pulled away, taking with them over $1 million of Richard's prized possessions. Some things can't be forgiven. As I turned to go back inside our soon-to-be former home, my phone rang. The courthouse. The asset freeze order had been officially filed. I smiled as I declined the call. Timing, as they say, is everything. I had approximately 3 hours before Richard would discover his cars were gone. 3 hours to prepare for the explosion that would inevitably follow. The first thing I did upon returning home was call Megan to confess what I'd done. "You did... what?" Her voice rose an octave. "Leah, I explicitly advised against this. I know, and I'll take full responsibility. But I need your legal advice on how to handle the fallout." A heavy sigh came through the phone. "The cars are already gone? Physically removed from the property?" "Yes, the transport left just minutes before the asset freeze was filed." "And the proceeds?" "Being wired to a new account in my name only. One Richard doesn't know about." Another lengthy pause. "This complicates things. Richard will file an emergency motion alleging contempt when he discovers the cars are gone. He'll argue that you knew the freeze was imminent and deliberately circumvented it." "Which is true," I admitted. "Yes, which is why I can't condone this action. However, from a strictly legal perspective, you could argue that at the time you arranged the sale, no order had been issued. It's a technical defense and it may not hold up, but it's something." Megan's professional tone shifted slightly. "How much? For the cars?" "Bennett estimates around $2 million total, less his commission." A low whistle. "That's substantial. It gives you operating capital outside of Richard's control, which is strategically valuable. But it also makes you a target. He's going to be furious, Leah, not just financially, but personally. Those cars were his pride and joy." "I know." And that was precisely the point. The cars weren't just assets to Richard, they were extensions of his identity, physical manifestations of his success. Their loss would hurt him in a way that nothing else could, except perhaps the house. "What's your next move?" Megan asked. "I'm bringing Lily home. Then I'm going to secure anything of sentimental or financial value that matters to me. Richard will retaliate, and I need to be prepared. Smart. Document everything in the house, too. Take photos, make inventories. If items start disappearing, we'll need evidence. After hanging up, I methodically went through the house, photographing valuable artwork, jewelry, electronics, anything Richard might target in revenge. I gathered my personal mementos, photo albums, my grandmother's, jewelry, the architectural awards I'd won before setting aside my career to support Richard's. These went into a secure storage unit I'd rented the previous day. Next, I went through Lily's room, collecting her most treasured possessions, the stuffed rabbit she'd had since infancy, the science fair trophies she was so proud of, the memory box of ticket stubs and birthday cards she kept under her bed. These too went into protective storage. I wouldn't put it past Richard to use even Lily's belongings as leverage. My phone rang, Diana calling to check in. How did the hearing go? The freeze was granted, but there's been a development. I hesitated, then decided Diana deserved the full truth. I sold Richard's car collection, all 6 vehicles. The silence that followed was so complete I thought the call had dropped. Then Diana whispered, "Holy shit, Leah, you actually did it?" "They're gone, being sold as we speak. He's going to lose his mind. Those cars were his babies." Diana's voice held equal parts awe and concern. "What about the legal implications?" "I'm handling it, but I need a favor. Can you bring Lily home? And maybe stay with us tonight? I don't want to be alone when Richard finds out." "Of course. We'll be there in 30 minutes. While waiting for them, I made one more critical call to a locksmith. Within an hour, every lock in the house had been changed, security codes reset, and a new monitoring service activated. Richard's key would no longer open the door to what had once been our shared home. The locksmith had just left when Diana arrived with Lily, whose face lit up at the sight of me. "Mom, we finished our project and Ms. Henderson said it was the best in class." She launched into an excited description of their volcano experiment, blissfully unaware of the seismic shifts occurring in her family structure. Diana caught my eye over Lily's head, her expression asking silent questions. I gave a small nod. Yes, everything was proceeding as planned. Yes, I was holding it together. "Sweetheart," I said when Lily paused for breath, "there's something we need to talk about. Why don't we sit down?" Diana took this as her cue to step into the kitchen, giving us privacy while remaining nearby for support. "Is something wrong?" Lily asked, her intuitive nature picking up on the shift in atmosphere. I took her hands in mine, choosing my words carefully. "Your dad and I are going through some difficult changes. He's been making choices that affect our family, and as a result, we're not going to be living together anymore." Lily's eyes widened, then narrowed suspiciously. "Are you getting divorced, like Emma's parents?" I nodded, my heart breaking at the tremor in her voice. "Yes, honey, we are. It's not something I wanted, but sometimes relationships between adults become broken in ways that can't be fixed." "Is it because Dad works too much? Because he misses my stuff?" The simplicity of her question made my throat tight. If only it had been that straightforward. "It's more complicated than that. Your dad has been—" I paused, unwilling to burden my daughter with the ugly truth of her father's betrayal. "He's been making choices that aren't consistent with our marriage vows. But none of this is your fault, and we both love you very much. That will never change." Lily was silent for a long moment, processing. Then, with the directness only a 13-year-old could muster, "Did he cheat on you? Like Mr. Patterson did to Mrs. Patterson?" I stifled my surprise at her perception. "What makes you ask that?" She shrugged, suddenly looking older than her years. "Emma's mom found out her dad was cheating when she saw texts on his phone, and Zoe's parents got divorced because her dad had a whole other family in Houston." She made air quotes around the phrase. Is that what happened with Dad? I took a deep breath, debating how honest to be. Lily deserved the truth, but a version appropriate for her age. Yes. Your dad has been involved with someone else. I just found out recently. Lily's face flushed with anger. That's why he kept missing my science competitions? Because he was with her? The betrayal in her voice was palpable. I don't know. Sweetheart, you'll have to ask him about that. I don't want to talk to him, she declared, jumping up from the sofa. I don't want to see him ever again. Lily, he's still your father. No, he lied to us. Her voice broke, tears spilling down her cheeks. I pulled her into my arms, holding her as sobs shook her small frame. I know it hurts, I murmured into her hair. I know, but we're going to get through this together. You and me. After Lily had cried herself out, Diana helped get her settled with a movie in the den. I took the opportunity to check my email, a message from Bennett confirming that the Ferrari and Porsche had already been sold, with transfers initiated for the proceeds. The other cars would be sold within days. I forwarded the email to Megan so she would have all the details when Richard inevitably filed his motion. The afternoon passed in a strange limbo. Diana ordered pizza for dinner, which Lily picked at listlessly. We were halfway through a second movie, a comedy chosen specifically to lift Lily's spirits, when a car screeched into the driveway. The security system chimed, alerting us to movement on the front porch. Then came the pounding on the door. Leah, open this door right now. Richard's voice, tight with barely controlled fury. Diana and I exchanged glances. Stay with Lily, I instructed. Moving toward the front door. Through the security monitor, I could see Richard on the porch, face flushed, fist raised to pound again. I pressed the intercom button. What do you want, Richard? You know damn well what I want. Where are my cars? And why is my key not working? I had the locks changed for security reasons, I replied calmly. As for the cars, they've been sold. The stunned silence that followed was almost comical. When Richard finally spoke, his voice had dropped to a dangerous whisper. You sold my cars? All of them? Yes. The Ferrari and Porsche are already with their new owners. The others will be sold in the next few days. You had no right. His voice rose again, echoing through the intercom. Those were mine. You violated the court order. Actually, I haven't. The cars were removed before the asset freeze was officially filed. And they weren't yours, Richard. They were marital property, purchased during our marriage with joint funds, just like this house. Richard's face contorted with rage. I'm calling my lawyer right now. This is theft. Go ahead. My attorney is fully informed. Now, if you'll excuse me, your daughter is upset enough without hearing you shouting on our porch. I want to see Lily. Not tonight. She knows about your affair, and she's processing a lot of difficult emotions. I'll have her call you tomorrow when she's ready. You told her? Richard's outrage was palpable. How dare you drag our daughter into this? The hypocrisy was breathtaking. I told her an age-appropriate version of the truth. If you're concerned about her feelings, perhaps you should have considered them before conducting an affair for 2 years. I paused, then added, or before missing her science competitions for vacations with your mistress. Richard's face drained of color. This isn't over, Leah. Not by a long shot. You've made a serious mistake. Goodbye, Richard. Have your lawyer contact Megan about scheduling time with Lily. I ended the intercom connection, turning to find Diana standing in the hallway, her expression a mixture of concern and admiration. You okay? I nodded, surprised to realize it was true. Actually, yes. Better than I expected. The confrontation had been unpleasant but clarifying. Richard's primary concern had been his cars. Not his daughter, not the dissolution of our marriage, but his material possessions. It only confirmed what I'd already known. I was making the right decision. "He'll be back," Diana warned. "With lawyers, probably police." "I know, but I've done nothing illegal. The cars were sold before the order was filed, and this is still legally my residence." I glanced toward the den where Lily was curled up with a blanket, momentarily distracted by the movie. How much did she hear? Nothing. I turned up the volume when I heard his voice. Relief washed over me. Lily had experienced enough trauma without witnessing her father's rage. "Thank you for everything." Diana squeezed my arm. "That's what friends are for. Now, what's next in this master plan of yours?" I smiled. The first genuine smile I'd felt in days. "Now we prepare for phase 2. Which is?" I glanced around at the house. The custom-built dream home Richard had insisted on, the showplace he used to impress colleagues and clients. The home that, like the cars, represented his success to the world. Let's just say Richard isn't the only one who knows how to make strategic investments. Morning came with a barrage of legal threats. Richard's attorney had filed an emergency motion alleging I had violated the asset freeze by selling the cars, demanding immediate financial sanctions and the return of the vehicles. Megan forwarded me the motion with a brief note. "Expected this. Don't worry, we have our response ready." I was sipping coffee at the kitchen island, scrolling through the legal document on my tablet, when Lily appeared in the doorway, still in her pajamas, eyes puffy from crying. "Morning, sweetheart," I said gently. "How did you sleep?" She shrugged, sliding onto a stool beside me. "Not great. I had weird dreams." "That's understandable. It's been a lot to process." I closed the tablet, giving her my full attention. "What can I do to help?" Lily traced patterns on the countertop with her finger, not meeting my eyes. "Dad?" "Called me a bunch of times and texted." I stiffened. "When?" "After I went to bed, I had my phone with me." She finally looked up, her expression a mixture of defiance and uncertainty. I didn't answer. I don't know what to say to him. Relief and concern warred within me. On one hand, I was grateful she hadn't been subjected to Richard's manipulation. On the other, I worried about the emotional weight she was carrying. "You don't have to talk to him until you're ready," I assured her. "But eventually, you'll need to. He's still your father, Lily." "I know." Her voice was small. "I'm just so mad at him. For lying. For hurting you." I placed my hand over hers. "Your feelings are completely valid, and it's okay to be angry with him. Just remember that your relationship with your dad is separate from what happened between him and me." She nodded, though her expression remained troubled. "Are we going to have to move? Will I have to change schools?" The practical questions brought me back to the immediate challenges ahead. "I don't know yet, sweetheart. A lot depends on how the divorce proceedings go. But whatever happens, I promise we'll make decisions together. Your well-being is my top priority." After breakfast, I drove Lily to school, promising Diana would pick her up if I was still in court. The emergency hearing on Richard's motion was scheduled for 11 a.m., and I needed to meet with Megan beforehand to prepare. Megan's office was a hive of activity when I arrived. Associates moved purposefully between conference rooms, arms laden with documents. In her private office, Megan greeted me with the focused intensity I was coming to appreciate. "Richard's team is pulling out all the stops," she said, gesturing to the stack of papers on her desk. "They've filed not just the emergency motion about the cars, but a separate motion questioning your fitness as Lily's primary custodian." My blood ran cold. On what grounds? "They're arguing that selling the cars demonstrates erratic financial behavior and disregard for court authority. That makes you an unsuitable guardian." Megan's expression was grim but determined. "It's a typical intimidation tactic, Leah, an attempt to pressure you into backing down on financial matters by threatening what matters most, your daughter. Rage flared, hot and bright. He would use Lily as a bargaining chip? He's desperate. You've hit him where it hurts, his pride and his wallet. Now he's trying to hit back in the way he thinks will hurt you most. Megan leaned forward. But we're prepared. We have evidence of his affair, his financial deception, his pattern of missing Lily's events. No judge is going to seriously entertain removing a child from her mother based on one financial transaction, especially given the circumstances. The reassurance helped calm me, but the fact that Richard would even attempt such a strategy reinforced my determination. Any lingering doubts about my course of action evaporated. This man, this stranger wearing my husband's face, deserved everything coming to him. The courtroom was tense when we arrived. Richard and his attorney sat at the opposing table, both in impeccable suits projecting an image of respectability and authority. Richard didn't look at me as I entered, keeping his gaze fixed on the papers before him. Judge Harmon presided again, her sharp eyes taking in both parties as the proceedings began. Richard's attorney went first, presenting a compelling narrative of a vindictive wife deliberately circumventing court orders, displaying concerning impulsivity and financial irresponsibility by liquidating valuable assets at below-market rates. Furthermore, Your Honor, he continued smoothly, Mrs. Mitchell's reckless actions suggest a concerning pattern of behavior that raises questions about her judgment in other areas, including parental decision-making. I felt my face flush with anger, but Megan's hand on my arm kept me composed. When our turn came, she approached the bench with confident poise. Your Honor, let's be clear about the timeline here. My client arranged the sale of the vehicles before the asset freeze was ordered, and they were physically removed from the property before the order was filed. There was no violation. Megan paused, letting this sink in. As for the allegations, about Mrs. Mitchell's judgment, perhaps we should discuss Mr. Mitchell's judgment in conducting a 2-year affair while systematically hiding marital assets from his wife. She presented the emails we'd discovered on Richard's hidden laptop, detailing his asset concealment strategies. These communications clearly demonstrate Mr. Mitchell's intent to defraud his wife financially. The vehicle sale was simply my client's effort to secure some financial protection before her husband could hide additional assets. The back and forth continued for nearly an hour, with Richard's attorney painting me as unstable and financially irresponsible, while Megan methodically dismantled their arguments with evidence of Richard's deception. Finally, Judge Harmon raised her hand, silencing both attorneys. I've heard enough. Regarding the emergency motion on the vehicle sale, while I don't condone Mrs. Mitchell's actions, they technically occurred before the asset freeze was filed. Therefore, I'm denying the motion for sanctions or return of property. Richard's face darkened with anger as the judge continued. However, Mrs. Mitchell, the proceeds from these sales are now subject to the asset freeze and must be accounted for in financial disclosures. You are not to dispose of or conceal these funds. Judge Harmon fixed me with a stern gaze. Is that understood? Yes, Your Honor, I replied. As for the custody motion, I'm denying it as premature and insufficiently substantiated. Both parties are to maintain the status quo regarding their minor child until a formal custody hearing can be scheduled. The judge's expression softened slightly. I strongly encourage both of you to keep your daughter's emotional well-being at the forefront during these proceedings. Children suffer most when parents use them as pawns. With that, the hearing was adjourned. Megan turned to me with a satisfied smile. A clear win. The car sale stands and his custody play has been shut down. For now, at least. Relief washed over me. What happens to the money from the cars? It remains in your account, but is now officially part of the asset pool, to be divided in the divorce. You can't hide it or spend it frivolously, but having it in your control rather than Richard's is a significant advantage. Megan gathered her papers. This was just the first skirmish, Leah. Richard's going to keep coming at us hard. As we left the courtroom, Richard intercepted us in the hallway, his attorney hovering nearby. "You think you're clever, don't you?" he said, voice low and dangerous. "Selling my cars out from under me before the order was filed. A cute legal maneuver." I met his gaze steadily. "I learned from the best, Richard. How many assets have you hidden in offshore accounts while planning your exit strategy?" His jaw tightened. "You have no idea what you're up against. I've destroyed competitors who were far more formidable than you." "I'm not your competitor, Richard. I'm the woman who knows all your weaknesses, all your vulnerabilities." I leaned closer, keeping my voice just between us. "Did you really think I would just roll over and let you and Natalie walk away with everything we built?" At the mention of Natalie's name, his expression flickered. Surprise and something else. Concern? Leave her out of this. Why? She didn't leave me out of it when she sent those photos, or when she texted me warning me to take what you offer and move on. I smiled coldly. Besides, I'm just getting started. Megan gently guided me away before Richard could respond, steering me toward the elevator. "Don't antagonize him unnecessarily," she warned. "It might feel satisfying in the moment, but it could complicate things." But the confrontation had energized rather than drained me. For 15 years, I had been the supportive wife, the diplomatic, one who smoothed Richard's path and managed his domestic life. Now I was standing my ground, refusing to be bulldozed by his intimidation tactics. It felt like reclaiming a part of myself I hadn't even realized was missing. That energy carried me through the afternoon as I met with Patrick Donovan, the real estate agent I'd contacted earlier. Patrick had been a fixture in the Austin luxury home market for decades and had actually helped us purchase our current house. "The market's hot right now," he confirmed as we sat in his sleek downtown office. "Properties in your neighborhood are moving within days of listing, often above asking price. And if I wanted to list quietly, without my husband's knowledge?" Patrick's eyebrows rose slightly. "Legally, you'd need his signature on the sale documents eventually, but we could prepare everything in advance, market it discreetly, even secure a buyer, all before the listing becomes public." This was exactly what I needed to hear. "And the value? Last appraisal put it at $8 million. That was what, 2 years ago? With the improvements you've made and current market conditions, we're looking at 4, 5, possibly $5 million. Patrick leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Leah, I can't help but notice this is unusual. Are you and Richard divorcing? Yes, it's complicated, but I assure you I'm acting within my legal rights." This wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't entirely false either. While I couldn't sell the house without Richard's signature, I could certainly prepare everything up to that point. Patrick nodded, professional discretion taking over. "I understand. Let me show you what a discreet marketing strategy might look like." For the next hour, we discussed potential listing prices, marketing approaches, and timeline. By the time I left his office, we had a plan in place. A pocket listing that would be quietly marketed to select clients while all paperwork was prepared, allowing for an extremely rapid sale when the time came. That evening, as Lily and I sat at the dinner table, my phone buzzed with a text from Bennett. "All cars sold. Total proceeds, $127 million after commission. Funds transferred to your account as instructed." I set down my phone, a wave of satisfaction washing over me. "Phase 1 complete." "Mom?" Lily's voice pulled me back to the present. "You look different." "Different how?" She tilted her head, studying me. "I don't know. Stronger, maybe? Like when you present your designs to difficult clients." The observation was startlingly perceptive. I did feel stronger, more focused, more determined, more in control of my own destiny than I had in years. The path ahead would be challenging, filled with legal battles and emotional hurdles. Richard would continue to fight dirty, using every resource at his disposal. But for the first time since Natalie's devastating email had upended my world, I wasn't afraid. I was prepared, and I was discovering a resilience within myself that had been dormant for too long. I am stronger, I told Lily, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. We both are, and we're going to get through this together. As she smiled back at me, I felt the last pieces of my plan clicking into place. Richard had taught me an invaluable lesson with his betrayal. In war, the victor is not always the strongest combatant, but the one who seizes the strategic advantage. He had underestimated me, dismissed me as just a wife, just a mother, someone who could be easily manipulated and discarded when convenient. It would be the last mistake he ever made in our marriage. The days following the emergency hearing fell into an uneasy rhythm. Richard, through his attorney, demanded a visitation schedule with Lily, who reluctantly agreed to meet him for dinner. I watched her leave for that first meeting with a knot in my stomach, relieved when she returned, subdued but intact. He kept saying it wasn't what I thought, she reported, curled up on the sofa beside me. That grown-up relationships are complicated, and that I shouldn't blame him for the marriage ending. My fingers tightened around my teacup. What did you say to that? Lily shrugged, playing with the fringe on a throw pillow. I asked him if he loved her, the other woman. He said it wasn't about love, it was about compatibility and shared life goals. Whatever that means. She looked up at me, her eyes too wise for her 13 years. He didn't even say he was sorry, Mom. Not really. Just that he was sorry. Things got messy. I swallowed my anger, determined not to color Lily's perception more than Richard's own actions already had. Your father has always struggled with admitting when he's wrong, I said carefully. But that doesn't mean he doesn't love you. I know, she sighed. He wants me to come stay at his condo next weekend. He said we could redecorate my room there however I want. Her expression grew troubled. Is that okay? If I go? Of course. It's okay. That's your time with your dad. I hugged her close, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo. This divorce is between your father and me. You're allowed to love us both. While managing Lily's emotional needs, I was also laying the groundwork for the next phase of my plan. Patrick had quietly showcased our house to select potential buyers, and interest was high. 2 serious offers had already come in, both above the target price of $8 million. Meanwhile, Bennett had completed the sale of all 6 cars, with the proceeds securely in my separate account. As required by the court, I had documented every transaction for eventual division in the divorce settlement, but having control of those funds gave me crucial leverage. Richard, predictably, was furious about the cars but attempting to project confidence. His attorney had filed extensive financial disclosures that I knew were incomplete, conveniently omitting the offshore accounts and property holdings we'd discovered on his secret laptop. Megan was methodically building our case, preparing to expose these omissions at the perfect strategic moment. The real estate preparations remained my secret weapon. While Richard believed I was simply digging in for a protracted legal battle, I was actually preparing to strike at the heart of his public identity, our showcase home. 10 days after the emergency hearing, everything aligned perfectly. Patrick called with news of a buyer willing to pay $2 million in cash for an expedited closing. They're motivated to move quickly, he explained. Foreign diplomat being transferred to Austin. They're prepared to close in 2 weeks if we can fast-track the paperwork. Any contingencies? I asked, already running calculations in my head. Just a standard inspection, which I'm confident won't be an issue given your home's condition. They're even willing to let you rent back for 60 days post-closing if needed for your transition. This was better than I'd dared hope. Not only a price substantially above market value, but a buyer willing to accommodate a rent-back arrangement that would give Lily and me time to find our next home. There was just one significant obstacle. Richard's signature would eventually be required on the sale documents. That evening, after Lily had gone to bed, I sat at the kitchen island with a glass of wine, contemplating my next move. The house had always been Richard's pride and joy, the physical manifestation of his success, the backdrop for his carefully cultivated image as a financial titan. Selling it would wound him deeply, perhaps even more than losing his cars. But, unlike the cars, I couldn't simply move the house before the court order took effect. I needed a different strategy. My phone rang, Diana checking in, as she did most evenings now. "How are my favorite fighters doing?" she asked. "Hanging in there. Lily's processing, and I paused, considering how much to share. Diana had been my rock through this ordeal, but what I was contemplating now ventured into murky ethical territory. "I'm planning something that might cross a line." "What kind of line?" Diana's voice sharpened with interest. "I have a buyer for the house. Excellent offer, fast closing, but I need Richard's signature." "And you think he'll refuse?" "I know he'll refuse. The house is his trophy, his status symbol. He'd rather let it sit empty than sell it and split the proceeds with me." I took a deep breath. But there might be a way to force his hand. Diana was quiet for a moment. "I'm listening." "Richard hid a lot from me, but I know one thing for certain. His business depends entirely on his reputation, his clients' trust, him with millions because they believe he's smart, strategic, and above all, in control." "Makes sense," Diana agreed. So what if that carefully managed image were threatened? What if his colleagues and clients started questioning his judgment? I ran my finger around the rim of my wine glass. What if, for instance, they learned about his affair with a woman half his age, or his hidden properties, or the offshore accounts he's using to conceal assets in his divorce? "Leah," Diana's voice carried a warning note, "are you talking about blackmailing your husband?" "Not blackmail. Leverage." The distinction felt important, even if only to me. I won't threaten to expose him directly. I'll simply help him understand that his choices have left him vulnerable in ways he hasn't fully considered. Diana sighed. "It's a risky play. If it backfires, it could make things worse for you and Lily." "I know, but Richard has forced my hand. He's already trying to limit my access to funds while he continues hiding assets. If I don't act decisively now, he'll drag this out for years, draining resources that should be securing Lily's future." After finishing with Diana, I outlined my approach, crafting each element meticulously. This wasn't about revenge anymore, although the satisfaction of outmaneuvering Richard would certainly be sweet. This was about securing the financial foundation Lily and I would need to rebuild our lives. The following morning, I contacted Patrick to prepare all the necessary paperwork for the house sale. Then I called Megan, informing her of a slight change in strategy. She was skeptical, but agreed to follow my lead, trusting that I understood Richard better than anyone. Finally, I sent Richard a text. "Need to discuss something important regarding Lily. Dinner tomorrow? Just the two of us." His reply came quickly. "Fine. Vermilion at 7. Vermilion was one of Austin's most exclusive restaurants, a place where Richard could regularly be seen entertaining important clients. Its selection was deliberate, I knew. He wanted to be on his territory, in an environment where he felt powerful and in control. Perfect. I spent the next day preparing meticulously. I selected my outfit with strategic care, a sleek black dress that conveyed both elegance and authority, paired with the diamond earrings Richard had given me for our 10th anniversary. My hair and makeup were flawless, projecting confidence and composure. I wanted to look like someone worthy of respect, not a wronged wife seeking sympathy. When I arrived at Vermilion, Richard was already seated at his usual table, centrally, located where he could see and be seen by Austin's business elite. He stood as I approached, his expression guarded but curious. "You look well," he offered as I took my seat, a waiter immediately appearing to take my drink order. "Thank you." I smiled politely, scanning the room. As expected, several faces I recognized from Richard's business circle were dining at nearby tables. "How have you been?" "Busy. Between work and setting up the new place for Lily's visits, there's barely time to breathe." He studied me, trying to gauge my mood. "You said this was about Lily?" "Indirectly." I paused as the waiter delivered my wine. "It's about our future, all of us." Richard's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm listening." "I've been doing a lot of thinking about how to move forward in a way that minimizes damage. To Lily, to our finances, to your reputation." "My reputation." His tone sharpened. I nodded, taking a deliberate sip of wine. "It's a small world, Richard. Austin's business community even smaller. People talk." His posture stiffened. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I'm simply acknowledging reality." I leaned forward slightly. "Right now, only a handful of people know about your affair with Natalie, about the offshore accounts, about the property in Miami. Your partners, your clients. They still see Richard. Mitchell, financial genius, family man." The color drained slightly from his face. "What exactly are you proposing? A clean break, no prolonged court battle, no messy public exposure." I placed a folder on the table between us. "I've had an offer on the house. 2 million cash, fast closing. We split the proceeds equally, just as we'll split the money from the cars. You keep your offshore accounts, yes, all of them, and I keep my design business and the downtown condo in your name." Richard stared at the folder, but didn't touch it. "And if I refuse?" "Then we continue on our current path. The forensic accountants Megan has engaged continue their investigation. The depositions proceed, with Natalie receiving her subpoena next week. Your hidden assets become part of the public record as the case progresses." I shrugged lightly. "Life goes on, but with significantly more public scrutiny of your financial practices and personal choices." His jaw tightened, fingers drumming, lightly on the table. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" I pulled out my phone, scrolling to a series of photos before sliding it across the table. "These were taken last week. You and Natalie at the downtown condo, you at the Miami property, documentation of the Cayman accounts, emails between you and your financial advisor discussing how to shield assets from divorce proceedings." Richard's face darkened as he flipped through the images. "How did you—" "Does it matter? What matters is that I have them. And while I have no desire to use them, I will do whatever necessary to ensure Lily's future is secure." I reclaimed my phone. "All I'm asking is that we settle this quickly and fairly. Sign the paperwork for the house sale. Agree to the equitable division of assets I've outlined. Then we both move forward with our lives." A lengthy silence followed as Richard calculated his options, his expression shifting from anger to resignation. He was a strategist at heart, and he recognized when he'd been outmaneuvered. "You've changed," he finally said, something like grudging respect in his voice. "No," I corrected him. "I've always been this capable. You just never noticed." Another long pause. Then, "I'll review the proposal with my attorney." "Of course. But the house offer expires in 48 hours. The buyers are motivated, but they have other options." I stood, gathering my purse. "Think of it as a business decision, Richard. Cut your losses and preserve what matters most. Your reputation, your relationship with Lily, your future with Natalie if that's what you want." As I turned to leave, Richard caught my wrist. "Wait, why are you doing this? Why not drag me through court, make me pay for everything?" I looked down at him. This man I had once loved so completely, now a stranger wearing a familiar face. "Because it's not about making you pay, Richard. It's about claiming what's rightfully mine and Lily's. It's about efficiency, and it's about showing our daughter that even when people hurt us, we can respond with strength rather than vindictiveness. I gently removed my wrist from his grasp. You have 48 hours. I suggest you use them wisely. As I walked through the restaurant head high, I felt the weight of the past weeks, the betrayal, the hurt, the fear, begin to lift. I had taken control of my narrative, confronted my betrayer on my own terms, and presented a solution that served my interests while appealing to his pragmatism. Whether Richard accepted my terms remained to be seen. But for the first time since opening that fateful email with Natalie's vacation photos, I felt completely certain of one thing. Whatever happened next, I would face it not as Richard's victim, but as the architect of my own future. My phone buzzed as I reached my car, a text from Patrick. Second buyer just came in. $5, $4 million, same terms. How do you want to proceed? I smiled, sliding into the driver's seat. Hold them as backup. Give Richard 48 hours to sign original offer. If he balks, we go with new buyer. The pieces were falling into place. Phase 2 was officially in motion. The following morning dawned bright and clear, a perfect Austin spring day that seemed at odds with the tension humming through my body. I'd slept surprisingly well after my confrontation with Richard, a deep, dreamless sleep born of emotional exhaustion and, perhaps, a newfound peace. I had done everything in my power to secure a fair outcome for Lily and myself. Now it was Richard's move. Lily was spending the day with Diana and her daughter, giving me space to handle whatever came next. I was nursing my second cup of coffee when my phone rang. Megan. Richard's attorney just called, she said without preamble. They want a meeting. Today. My pulse quickened. Did he say why? Only that Richard has reviewed your proposal and wants to discuss terms. Megan's voice held a note of cautious optimism. This is good, Leah. He's engaging rather than dismissing. Outright. We arranged to meet at Megan's office at noon. I spent the intervening hours reviewing the house sale documents one final time, ensuring everything was in order for Richard's signature if he agreed to my terms. Patrick had already prepared all the necessary paperwork, and the buyers were standing by, eager to proceed. At precisely noon, I walked into the conference room at Megan's firm to find Richard and his attorney, David Keller, already seated. Richard looked tired, the confident facade of last night somewhat diminished in the harsh fluorescent lighting. Our eyes met briefly before he looked away, his expression unreadable. Thank you for meeting on such short notice, Megan began, ever professional. I understand Mr. Mitchell has considered my client's proposal and wishes to discuss terms. David nodded, glancing at Richard before responding. That's correct. After reviewing the proposal, my client is willing to consider an expedited resolution under certain conditions. The negotiations that followed were intense, but surprisingly productive. Richard agreed to the house sale in principle, but wanted specific assurances that I would destroy all copies of the incriminating photos after settlement, that the divorce filing would cite irreconcilable differences with no mention of infidelity, and that neither party would disparage the other to business associates or social contacts. In return, he offered a concession I hadn't expected. He would disclose the offshore accounts and include them in the asset division if I agreed to keep their existence confidential from his business partners. These accounts were established for tax planning purposes, David explained carefully. Legal, but sensitive. Megan and I exchanged glances. This was a significant shift, Richard essentially admitting to the financial deception while offering to make it right. I'll need to see complete documentation of all accounts before agreeing to anything, I said firmly. Full disclosure, full valuation. Richard nodded, a flicker of what might have been respect crossing his features. You'll have it by end of day. After 2 hours of negotiation, we reached a framework agreement that felt surprisingly equitable. The house would be sold with proceeds split equally. The car sale proceeds would likewise be divided. Richard would disclose all hidden assets for equal division, and we would share custody of Lily with a schedule that respected her academic and social needs. "I'll have the revised agreement drawn up immediately," Megan said as the meeting concluded. "If everything is in order, we could have signatures tomorrow and file for an uncontested divorce." As we prepared to leave, Richard asked for a moment, alone with me. Megan raised an eyebrow in question, and I nodded reassurance. "5 minutes," she said to Richard, before stepping out with David. When the door closed behind them, Richard and I regarded each other across the conference table. For a moment, neither of us spoke. It was strange, being alone with this man who had once been the center of my world, now essentially a business adversary. "Why didn't you go public?" he finally asked, "with the photos, the accounts, everything. You could have destroyed me." The question surprised me, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Richard had always operated from a position of calculated advantage, using others' weaknesses against them. The concept of restraint for reasons beyond strategic benefit was foreign to him. "Would that have benefited Lily?" I asked simply. "Would it have made her life better to see her father publicly humiliated, his reputation in tatters?" He looked away, discomfort evident in the set of his shoulders. "You could have taken everything. The cars, the house, all of it. The courts would have sided with you given the circumstances." "That was never my goal, Richard. I wanted what was fair, for Lily and for me. Recognition of my contributions to our marriage, my role in building the life you so easily discarded." I studied him, this stranger I had once loved so completely. Besides, taking everything wouldn't have filled the hole your betrayal left. It wouldn't have given meaning to 15 years of partnership that meant nothing to you. Richard's expression tightened. "That's not fair. Those years weren't meaningless to me." "Weren't they? You spent at least 2 of them systematically, planning your exit, hiding assets, building a relationship with another woman, creating a parallel life while I remained oblivious." The words held no bitterness now, just a calm statement of fact. "You didn't even have the courage to end our marriage honestly." He had no response to that, at least none he was willing to voice. After a moment, he simply nodded. "I'll sign the house papers tomorrow, and I'll make sure Natalie understands she's to have no further contact with you." "Thank you." I stood, gathering my belongings. "For what it's worth, Richard, I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for with her. Or if not with her, then somewhere." His eyes met mine, a fleeting vulnerability visible before his usual mask slipped back into place. "Same to you, Leah." With that, our marriage effectively ended, not with dramatic accusations or courtroom theatrics, but with a business-like agreement and surprisingly civil parting. The next 24 hours passed in a whirlwind of activity. Richard's attorney provided documentation of the offshore accounts as promised, revealing assets worth approximately $3, $2 million, substantially more than I had suspected. Megan's team rapidly incorporated these into our settlement agreement, maintaining the principle of equal division. The following morning, Richard arrived at Megan's office to sign the house sale documents and finalize divorce agreement. The proceedings were brief and oddly anticlimactic. 15 years of marriage concluded with a few signatures and handshakes. "We'll file these immediately," Megan told me after Richard had left. Given the uncontested nature and the comprehensive settlement, the divorce should be finalized within 90 days. I nodded, feeling a complex mixture of emotions, relief, sadness, and a strange sense of accomplishment. "What about the house sale?" "Patrick is submitting the paperwork to the buyers today. The inspection is scheduled for tomorrow, and if all goes well, we're looking at closing in 2 weeks as planned." That evening, I sat with Lily on our back patio, watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. She had taken the news of our agreement with surprising maturity, asking practical questions about the custody arrangement and where we would live after selling the house. "So it's really happening," she said, her legs tucked underneath her on the outdoor sofa. "You and Dad are getting divorced." "Yes, sweetheart. But we're both committed to making this transition as smooth as possible for you." I squeezed her hand gently. "And remember, this doesn't change how either of us feels about you. We both love you more than anything." She nodded, processing. "Are you sad about the divorce?" The question gave me pause. Was I sad? Certainly. I felt grief for the loss of the future I had once envisioned, for the partnership I had believed in. But that grief was for something that had never truly existed, a relationship built on my commitment and Richard's convenience. "I'm sad that our family is changing in ways I never expected," I answered honestly. "But I'm also relieved to be moving forward with clarity instead of living in illusion." Lily considered this, her expression thoughtful beyond her years. "Will we be okay, financially and stuff?" "We will," I assured her. "The settlement is fair. We'll have plenty to buy a new home, cover college costs, everything we need." I smiled, seeing an opportunity to share an important lesson. "And I'm going back to work, restarting my architectural firm. It's time I reclaimed that part of myself." Her eyes widened with interest. "Really? That's awesome, Mom. Can I help? Maybe in the summer?" "I'd love that." The thought of sharing my passion for design with Lily, of modeling professional independence for her, filled me with unexpected joy. "Maybe we can design our new house together." The house sale progressed rapidly, just as Patrick had promised. The inspection revealed only minor issues, quickly addressed, and the closing was scheduled for exactly 2 weeks after Richard and I signed the paperwork. The buyers, thrilled with the property, had already begun planning their move-in, while Lily and I started the bittersweet process of deciding what to keep and what to leave behind. "I'm not sure I even want anything from this place," I admitted to Diana as we sorted through the kitchen items. So much of it was selected to maintain Richard's image rather than because I loved it. Diana nodded understandingly, wrapping a crystal wine glass in tissue paper. "So start fresh. Keep only what genuinely matters to you and Lily. Let the rest go with the house." This approach felt right, liberating even. I found myself keeping very little. Family photos, Lily's artwork, and mementos, a few pieces of furniture with sentimental value, and my personal items. The rest, the carefully curated interior that had been designed to impress Richard's colleagues and clients, would stay, included in the sale as fully furnished at the buyer's request. A week before closing, I received an unexpected email from Natalie. My finger hovered over the delete button, but curiosity won out. "I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from," it began, "but I need to apologize. Sending those photos was cruel and unnecessary. I told myself I was doing it because you deserved to know the truth, but really, I was just angry that Richard kept putting off telling you about us." The email continued, detailing how Richard had promised for months to end our marriage, always, finding reasons to delay. How he had presented their relationship as something fleeting at first, then as something serious but complicated by his obligations. How she had eventually realized she was just another aspect of Richard's life being managed and controlled for his convenience. "I'm not asking for forgiveness," she concluded, "but I wanted you to know that I admire how you've handled everything. Richard expected you to fall apart, to become the emotional ex-wife he could easily dismiss. Instead, you outmaneuvered him at every turn. It's made me reconsider a lot of things about my own choices and what I'm willing to accept in relationships." I sat with the email for a long time, surprised by the complexity of my reaction. There was no joy in learning that Natalie, too, had been manipulated by Richard, no satisfaction in her apparent regrets. Just a weary recognition of Richard's pattern, using people as long as they served his purposes, discarding them when they became inconvenient or demanded too much authenticity. I never responded to Natalie's email. Some chapters were better left closed. The day of closing arrived with a sense of finality and new beginnings. Lily and I had already moved into a temporary apartment while we searched for our new home, a process we were approaching with excitement rather than stress. The closing itself was handled by our respective attorneys, with neither Richard nor I needing to be present. As the final documents were signed and funds transferred, Megan called, "With confirmation, it's done. The house is sold, and your portion of the proceeds, $26 million, has been deposited into your account." I thanked her, a weight lifting that I hadn't even realized I'd been carrying. The house had been beautiful, yes, but also a symbol of my sublimated identity, a showcase for Richard's success rather than a true home that reflected my own values and aesthetics. That evening, Lily and I celebrated with pizza in our apartment, sitting cross-legged on the floor because our dining table hadn't yet been delivered. "This is weird," Lily giggled, gesturing around at our relatively sparse surroundings. "But kind of fun too, like camping." "Exactly like camping," I agreed, except with indoor plumbing and pizza delivery. She grew thoughtful, picking pepperoni off her slice. "Mom, are you going to date someone else eventually?" The question caught me off guard. I haven't really thought about it. Right now, I'm focused on getting us settled and restarting my firm. But someday, maybe? I considered the question seriously, recognizing its importance to her. Someday, maybe, if I meet someone who genuinely adds value to our lives. But I'm not in any rush, sweetheart. I'm learning to appreciate my own company again. Lily nodded, seemingly satisfied. Good, because you deserve someone way better than Dad. The simple statement, delivered with a teenager's matter-of-fact certainty, brought unexpected tears to my eyes. Thank you, Lily. For what? For being you. For adapting to all these changes with such grace. For seeing things so clearly. I reached over to squeeze her hand. I couldn't have gotten through this without you. She rolled her eyes, but her smile was genuine. Duh. We're a team, Mom. 2 days later, I signed the lease on a commercial space for my revived architectural firm. It was a beautiful storefront in a vibrant area of Austin, with large windows, that flooded the space with natural light, perfect for the creative work I'd set aside for too long. As I stood in the empty space, visualizing how it would look with drafting tables and design samples, my phone buzzed with an email notification. It was from Patrick, with a simple message and an attachment. Thought you might appreciate this. Congratulations on everything. The attachment was a photo of the sold sign in front of what had once been my home, now belonging to someone else. I studied it for a moment, expecting to feel some pang of loss or regret. Instead, I felt only a quiet satisfaction, not in taking something from Richard, but in reclaiming myself. I had entered my marriage as a promising young architect with dreams and ambitions of my own. Somewhere along the way, I had allowed those dreams to be overshadowed by Richard's career, his needs, his image. The woman who had received those devastating vacation photos 3 months ago had been a shadow of herself, financially dependent, emotionally diminished, identity subsumed. But that woman was gone now. In her place stood someone stronger, someone who had faced betrayal and emerged not just intact but enhanced, someone who had remembered her own worth and reclaimed her power. As I turned away from the windows of my new office space, I deleted the photo of the sold sign without saving it. The house, like the cars and the marriage itself, belonged to the past. My focus now was firmly on the future, a future I was building on my own terms, brick by deliberate brick. And for the first time in years, I couldn't wait to see what came next. 6 months later, I stood in the center of my newly completed home, sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows that faced a small but lush backyard. The house was nothing like the ostentatious mansion Richard and I had shared. It was modern, efficient, and designed entirely to my own specifications. Most importantly, every inch of it reflected my aesthetic vision rather than someone else's idea of status and success. "Mom, come see my bathroom. The tile is finally finished." Lily called from upstairs, her excitement echoing through the still empty rooms. I climbed the open-tread staircase, running my hand along the smooth wooden railing that a local artisan had crafted specifically for this space. Lily stood in the doorway of her bathroom, beaming with pride. The tile she had selected, a mosaic of blues and greens that resembled ocean waves, covered the shower walls, transforming the space into something magical. "It's perfect," I told her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Exactly how you imagined it." "We did good, didn't we?" Lily leaned against me, surveying our creation with satisfaction. "The whole house came out awesome." She was right. The home we had designed together over the past months was everything I had hoped for. Not just physically beautiful, but representative of our journey. Lily had been involved in every decision, from the overall layout to the smallest finishes. The process had been healing for both of us, a tangible way to build our new life together. "Moving day is still set for Saturday?" she asked, already planning which friends she would invite to see her new room. I nodded. "The movers are confirmed, and the furniture for the main rooms will be delivered Friday." We had purchased only what we truly needed and loved, leaving behind the extravagant accumulation that had characterized our previous home. Later that afternoon, as we drove back to our temporary apartment, Lily's phone chimed with a text from Richard. Their relationship had stabilized into something cautiously cordial over the past months. The custody schedule we'd established was working well, with Lily spending alternate weekends and one dinner each week with her father. "Dad wants to know if he can come see the new house after we move in," she reported, looking to me for guidance. I considered the request. There had been a time when the thought of Richard in my new space would have felt like an invasion, a contamination of the fresh start we'd created. But that raw sensitivity had faded, replaced by a more measured perspective. "If you'd like to show him, that's fine," I told her. "It's your home, too." Lily smiled, relieved. "Cool. I want him to see my bathroom and the study we designed." She typed a response, then hesitated. "Is it weird that I still want him to be proud of me, even after everything?" "Not weird at all," I assured her, reaching over to squeeze her hand. "He's your dad. That relationship exists separately from what happened between him and me." This was perhaps the most important lesson I'd worked to convey throughout our transition, that Lily's relationship with her father was her own, not a referendum on his failings as a husband. It hadn't been easy, especially in the early days, when my own pain was still so fresh. But watching her navigate this complex emotional terrain with increasing confidence vindicated the effort. At the apartment, I found an email from Megan confirming that the divorce was now officially final, the last administrative details completed. Though we had been functionally divorced for months, the formal documentation marked the true end of an era. I sat with the news, searching myself for residual grief or anger, but found only a quiet acceptance. The woman who had built her identity around being Richard Mitchell's wife no longer existed. In her place stood Leah Rocks, architect, mother, and sole proprietor of Rocks Design Group, which had quickly gained momentum in Austin's competitive market. The commercial space I'd leased had been transformed into a sleek studio where I now employed 2 junior designers and an office manager. We had already secured several significant projects, including a boutique hotel renovation that had garnered attention in design circles. Most satisfying was the nature of my client relationships. Unlike Richard, who had cultivated business connections based on power dynamics and mutual advantage, I was building a reputation for collaborative partnerships and ethical practices. My clients chose me for my vision and integrity, not because I projected an image of infallibility or dominance. The following morning, I arrived at the studio early to prepare for a presentation to potential investors for an eco-friendly apartment complex. Shannon, my office manager, greeted me with coffee and an update on the morning's schedule. The investors will be here at 10. And Diana called. She wants to know if you're still on for dinner tonight. Shannon handed me a folder containing the finalized presentation materials. Also, that journalist from Architectural Digest emailed, again about featuring your residential renovation in their New Voices section. I thanked her, taking a moment to appreciate how thoroughly my professional life had transformed. 6 months ago, I had been defining myself through Richard's career, planning charity events that would enhance his business network. Now I was pursuing my own vision, receiving recognition for my own achievements. The investor meeting went exceptionally well. My presentation on sustainable design principles resonated with the group's commitment to environmentally responsible development, and they approved the initial concept sketches with enthusiasm. As we concluded, the lead investor, a woman in her 50s with a reputation for backing innovative projects, lingered to speak with me privately. "I'm impressed, Leah," she said, gathering her papers. "Not just with the design, though that's exceptional, but with how quickly you've established yourself. It's not easy to build something from scratch in this industry." I smiled, acknowledging the comment. "Thank you. It's been an intense learning curve, but deeply satisfying." She studied me for a moment, seeming to consider something. "I hope you don't mind my saying this, but I knew your ex-husband professionally. We served on a philanthropic board together." My pulse quickened slightly, though not with the anxiety such connections would have once provoked. "Oh?" "Yes. And I have to tell you, the way you've handled the transition from being Richard Mitchell's wife to establishing your own identity has been noteworthy." She closed her portfolio with a decisive snap. "There were rumors, of course. There always are in circles like ours. But you never engaged in public recriminations or attempts to damage his standing, despite having every justification. I wasn't sure how to respond. While I had indeed refrained from publicly exposing Richard's betrayal, it had been primarily for Lily's sake, not out of any lingering loyalty to him. That restraint speaks to your character," she continued. "And it makes me all the more confident. In our partnership, I value integrity as much as talent." After she left, I sat in the quiet conference room, reflecting on her words. The path I had chosen, seeking justice through strategic action rather than public destruction, had been right for me and for Lily. It had allowed us to move forward with dignity rather than being defined by victimhood or vindictiveness. That evening, Diana and I met for dinner at a small restaurant near my new home. 6 months into her own separation from her husband, a decision catalyzed in part by watching my journey, she was navigating the early stages of rebuilding. "How do you do it?" she asked, twirling pasta around her fork. "You seem so complete." "I still feel like I'm missing pieces of myself." I considered the question carefully. I think the difference is that I was forced to confront everything at once. The betrayal, the financial deception, the complete collapse of the life I thought I had. There was no gradual adjustment, no gentle transition, just before and after with a clear line between. Diana nodded, understanding. "The vacation photos." "Exactly. In a strange way, Natalie did me a favor. The shock was devastating, but it was also clarifying. I couldn't cling to illusions or half measures." I took a sip of wine, organizing my thoughts. And then, facing Richard's attempts to control the divorce process, watching him try to hide assets, limit my options, even challenge my fitness as a parent, it showed me exactly who he was. Who he had always been beneath the charm and success. A manipulative narcissist? Diana suggested. I laughed softly. I try not to diagnose, but someone who viewed relationships as transactions, certainly. Someone who valued control above connection. I set down my glass, meeting her gaze directly. The real turning point wasn't selling his cars or even the house. It was recognizing that I had allowed myself to become a supporting character in my own life. Diana's expression turned thoughtful. That's what scares me most. Looking back and realizing how much of myself I surrendered without even noticing. It happens incrementally, I acknowledged. Small compromises that seem reasonable in isolation. Priorities that shift so gradually you don't register the change. Until one day, you're living someone else's version of your life. And how do you reclaim yourself? Where do you even start? It was the question I had wrestled with continuously over the past months, not just in rebuilding my career and creating a new home, but in the quiet moments of self-reflection that punctuated this journey. You start by listening to yourself, I told her. Really listening to the whispers of discomfort and longing that you've been ignoring. You pay attention to what energizes you versus what depletes you. You experiment, try new things, rediscover old passions. I smiled, remembering my own tentative steps back into design work. And you forgive yourself for the detours. They're part of the journey, too. Diana reached across the table, squeezing my hand gratefully. Thank you. For blazing this trail. For showing it can be done. The night before our scheduled move into the new house, Lily and I conducted a final walkthrough, making notes for the contractors on minor details that still needed attention. As we moved from room to room, I felt a growing sense of rightness, of coming full circle. What are you thinking about? Lily asked, noticing my contemplative mood. Just how far we've come. 6 months ago, I wasn't sure what our future would look like, if we'd be okay. She leaned against the kitchen island, a beautiful piece of veined marble that we had selected together. Are we okay now? Really okay? I considered the question with the honesty it deserved. Were we okay? The past months had brought challenges I never anticipated. Lily's occasional anger at both Richard and me for disrupting her life, my own moments of doubt and fear as I rebuilt my career, the practical complications of establishing new routines and structures. But beneath those surface turbulences ran a deeper current of authenticity and connection that had been missing from our previous life. Lily and I communicated more openly now, without the buffer of social expectations or Richard's controlling influence. We made decisions collaboratively, whether about household matters or larger life choices. Most importantly, we were modeling for each other what it meant to live with integrity, to align our external circumstances with our internal values, even when that alignment required difficult changes. Yes, I told her with complete conviction. We're really okay. Better than okay. She nodded, seemingly satisfied. I think so too. And I'm proud of us, Mom. Especially you. The simple statement caught me off guard, bringing unexpected tears to my eyes. Proud of me? Why? Because you didn't just get mad or sad when everything happened. You got determined. She gestured around at the house we had created. Together. You showed me that when someone hurts you, you don't have to stay hurt. You can build something new. Moving day arrived with the organized chaos I had anticipated. Movers shuttled furniture from delivery trucks into the house while Lily directed traffic with enthusiastic authority. By evening, the essential rooms were furnished if not fully arranged, enough for us to spend our first night in our new home. After Lily went to bed, exhausted from the day's activities, I poured myself a glass of wine and stepped out onto the back patio. The night was clear, stars visible above despite the city lights. I settled into a cushioned chair, letting the quiet envelop me. My phone buzzed with a text from Richard. Lily sent photos of the new house. It looks impressive. Congratulations. The message was unexpected, but not unwelcome. Over the past months, as the divorce proceedings concluded and our new normal established itself, Richard and I had evolved a carefully neutral relationship focused entirely on Lily's well-being. I had neither sought nor expected his approval of my rebuilding efforts, yet there was a certain symmetry to his acknowledgement. "Thank you," I replied simply. "Lily's very proud of her contributions to the design." She should be. I barely recognize her in the best possible way, more confident, more herself. A pause, then another message. "You've done well with her through all this." I stared at the text, a complex tangle of emotions rising in response. There had been a time when such validation from Richard would have meant everything, when his approval had been the measuring stick against which I gauged my success as a wife, a mother, even a person. Now it was merely data, information that registered without defining me, a perspective to be noted, but not centered. "We're both finding our way," I typed back. "Good night, Richard." Setting my phone aside, I leaned back in the chair and gazed upward again, tracing constellations I had learned as a child. The woman who had opened that fateful email 6 months ago, shocked, devastated, temporarily broken, seemed like a distant memory, a character in someone else's story. The journey from that moment to this one had been neither straightforward nor painless. There had been days of doubt, moments of weakness, times when the easier path of compromise and reconciliation had tempted me. The decision to sell Richard's cars and our house had been born partly of righteous anger, partly of strategic necessity, a dramatic gesture that had set in motion my reclamation of power in our dissolving relationship. But the true transformation had happened more quietly, in the accumulation of small choices and realizations that followed, in rediscovering my professional identity, in modeling resilience for my daughter, in building relationships based on authenticity rather than appearance. The divorce was final. The house was sold. The cars were gone. All the external markers of my former life had been dismantled and reconstructed in new configurations. Yet, the most profound change was internal, a shift in how I defined my worth and purpose, independent of anyone else's validation or vision. A soft sound drew my attention back to the house. Through the glass doors, I could see Lily had wandered downstairs, probably searching for me. I waved and she joined me on the patio, wrapping herself in a throw blanket against the mild evening chill. "Couldn't sleep?" I asked as she curled into the chair beside mine. "Too excited," she admitted. "I keep thinking about all the things we're going to do here, holidays and birthdays and just regular Tuesdays." I smiled at the simple wisdom in her words. Life wasn't built on grand gestures or dramatic moments, satisfying as those could be. It was constructed in the accumulation of ordinary days, in the consistent choice to live authentically within whatever circumstances we faced. "Regular Tuesdays sound perfect," I told her, reaching over to squeeze her hand. "That's what I want most for us, a life that feels good on ordinary days, not just special occasions." Lily nodded, understanding. "Me too." She looked up at the stars, then back at me with a mischievous grin. "Though I'm still glad you sold Dad's cars. That was pretty badass." I laughed, the sound carrying into the quiet night. It was, wasn't it? As we sat together under the stars, content in our new beginning, I felt the final pieces of my transformation lock into place. The woman Richard had betrayed, the woman who had received those vacation photos and felt her world collapse, was gone, transmuted through pain and determination into someone stronger, clearer, more authentically herself. In her place stood the woman I was always meant to be, defined not by what had been done to me, but by what I had built from the ashes of betrayal. A woman who had faced her worst fears and emerged not just intact, but enhanced. A woman who had learned that sometimes the greatest act of self-respect is not revenge, but reconstruction. A woman who was, at long last, the architect of her own life. Up next, you've got two more standout stories right on your screen. If this one hit the mark, you won't want to pass these up. Just click and check them out. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any upload from us.